Find you.
Did you
someone who loves you the way Ramsey loves baseball?
Ramsey loves baseball. I love baseball too, though. If I wasn't doing the show, if I didn't have to prepare for a show, I probably would, like, and I was at home, I'd be watching the Cubs on at 12 o'clock in the daytime. I watch day baseball. There was one time when I was in LA, and I was just like strictly doing basketball training. So everything that was going on was like after 3 o'clock, after 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And that used to be like a treat. Wake up, you know what I'm saying? A 10 o'clock game, Reds versus Nationals or something. Oh, yeah, I'm watching me some day baseball. It's all good. Some good stuff, man.
Okay. I got to respond to our man, Black Bottles 916.
Where he at, though?
He working.
Black Bottles 916. What up, though? There was something I was about to say. Oh, did you happen to see, this might not even matter to you, but some of the times for the basketball games in the Olympics?
They tough.
5 a.m. Our time.
No,
that's very tough. Very tough.
I got it. Don't worry. I'll get the report to you. Don't worry about that.
They got like their first game is at 5 a.m. and then I think they got back to back. Like, ooh, this now look, take this to the other side. 9:40 our time, p.m.
I have to report on that one to me. You're gonna have to let me know how that one. I was gonna say you might have to let me know how that one ends. You might have to let me know how that one starts.
So between the two of us, we got it covered. But we're never gonna have it covered at the same time. Man, that is the good thing about basketball, and then with this 3-on-3, the basketball is the entire time. I think from the day they start the Olympics, like between 3-on-3 and just the regular basketball is basketball the entire time. I think 3-on-3 is supposed to be done after the first week.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm talking to somebody who would know exactly when it should be done. What am I thinking?
Oh, I only know because going from coaching to broadcasting as soon as that 3-on-3 is over.
I saw her the other night. Heard her the other night. On the it was a men's team telecast.
Yeah.
Lightning Steam, what's good? Hey, Manny, shout out to Manny, man, a Serial Connection. Dropped off a little cereal package to young Reese, man. Appreciate that, big dog.
That's cool, man.
Big shout out to Manny for that, man.
Lightning Stream. What's up? What's up? Jamie got
what?
Oh,
you know it's on. You know it's on now. You know it's on now. That TBT.
Oh,
let's
Lord.
go.
Oh,
TBT. Let's go. They're already done with the regionals and everything. I don't think they're done with the regionals, are they, Ramsey? I mean, I'll watch the regionals too. One of these days, we need to go live from LA to the TBT regionals of the Western regionals.
Hey, Jesse, can you hit me with that first word in my ear? When you pull it up, I'm sure you don't have it up. I just want to make sure I got it. Okay, got it. What is happening? Who is?
I don't know
what is happening. What is that? Oh man, like let's start with this. I know we had talked about let's start with this.
Okay. Sometimes you really just flipping out. I'm a street born Southwest. Let's get yourself progress. Check.
Hey. Welcome into the Friday edition of D-Lo and KC. We are so happy that you are here with us. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we've got your opportunity to win money, $1,000 to be exact. The Summer of Cash contest. First opportunity coming up 10 minutes. Simple as that. Tune in to D-Lo and KC. You got a chance to win $1,000, man. That's how we roll. Your first opportunity to win coming up in 10 minutes. A lot we've got to get to today, including Tom Brady's torn MCL and how some people desperately want that to be a big thing. Second half of the baseball season gets underway. No finals last night. No finals tonight. I guess they cleared the schedule so we could all watch Space Jam together.
It's time to get up. It's time to jam, y'all.
Well, Kenny, that's Space Jam 1.
The new one. I don't know. It's St. John and SZA. They have the lead track.
Yeah,
you know who St. John is?
No.
Rose.
Don't call me out like that either.
Rose. I only know one song.
Apparently you only know one word.
That's facts.
Apparently you only know one word, but that's fine, man. That's music nowadays. Let's get T-Pain on. Jesse, text T-Pain, see if he wants to come on and talk about music today. We've got a open schedule. We got all of the time in the world. We got all the Dame time in the world because apparently, I don't know, dude. Like Dame's talking a lot. He's talking to Chris Haynes like every couple hours. Chris Haynes got a brand new article going up on Yahoo every few minutes. And yet still, Chris posted an article this morning. I say an article. He had a conversation with Dame Lillard. Posted it this morning. And then if you read between like the answers and the questions, there's just one little line that says Dame Lillard will address a report on his future today after practice. And I thought, well, wait a minute. His future with the Portland Trailblazers was like, wait a minute. What is he talking about? And then all of a sudden, you go to Twitter. And there are blue check mark accounts all over the NBA, not the main ones, not the ones that you got your push notifications set for. But you look around a little bit and you start to see Dame Lillard has formally requested a trade. You start to see teams like the Knicks. You start to see teams like the Heat. I think I saw one where the Golden State Warriors were in the mix here. So I don't know what all of this means. We might find out today. But we could be headed towards the summer of Dame Lillard.
I mean, it looks like we are going that way. I was listening to Bill Simmons. He says, he was like, but look, he said, I don't have no inside information. I think he's getting moved this summer. I just think he said he was reading the tea leaves. He said, I think he's getting moved this summer. He said, I ain't talked to nobody. I don't know nothing. I'm just saying. And this was a couple of days ago, and I was like, that's kind of crazy. I don't think he's getting moved this summer. And things are starting to be put in motion where I'm kind of feeling the same way. I feel like it's going to happen. And it seems, well, on one hand, it seems a little quick for it to happen. But, I mean, I'm the same guy that said the Sixers should have traded Ben Simmons 3 years ago. While his value was his highest. And that may be how Portland is looking at it. Let's be realistic if we're the Portland Trailblazers. You ain't winning a championship. You don't have the assets or you don't have the cap space and all this other stuff to bring somebody in. It's not happening with Dame Lillard. Why would you – one part of me says, why would you even waste another year? Move on from him now while you can get the absolute most for him. You don't know what might happen next year as far as injuries or something like that. His value is at its highest. Move on from him this summer.
This is a great question from Omar Simpson over here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Are any of these reports from Bart Scott? I don't think so. I don't think any of these reports are coming from Bart Scott. We know how well. I mean, Bart Scott is very connected in Sacramento.
The West Coast period.
Yeah, maybe he does.
In Portland as well.
Let's find out. We'll find out. We'll try to find out what Bart Scott thinks about the Dame Lillard situation. Perhaps he's, I don't know if Dame Lillard. If I were Bart Scott, I'd probably question whether Dame Lillard gets along with Rick Adelman. Maybe they just butt heads. Not really the coach that he's looking for. Terry Porter hasn't really hit those shots that he's looking at, and he doesn't like the fact that they all get in trouble. Zach Randolph has gotten in some trouble. So, but Bart Scott, Bonzi, he's still, we'll find out. What's
going to change in Portland until they change that Jail Blazers era.
That's what it is. You got to change things. This is all, of course, according to Bart Scott. Allegedly, probably.
Now, there's a couple things here that I want to get your take on, and I think I know exactly where you're going to go. but
Okay.
I just let's put it on wax. I want to hear it.
Okay, come on.
People are in here talking about why not. I tweeted earlier. I said, if he's traded, I think he's traded to the Knicks. And everybody knows I got love for the Knicks. But I mean, look, to be honest with you, I don't stay awake at night thinking about the Knicks. I really don't. The Knicks are not the same level of love as the Kings. So if he went to the Knicks or anywhere else, it really wouldn't matter that much to me. But I think that's the move, right? But people were like, well, why not the Warriors? And why not the Lakers? And Damian, I know you're going to disagree with this. If I was whoever Portland's GM is, there's no way in hell I'm trading him to the Warriors.
No.
I don't care if technically it's the better package and the Lakers got a bit better package. No. Hell no.
Wait a minute. Because let me ask a follow-up here. If the Warriors, of course, hypothetical, if the Warriors were to offer, how many picks do they have in this draft?
2, 7, and 14.
First round, right?
Yeah, 7 and 14.
If they offer both of them, and whether it's Wiseman, another piece,
let's
right?
say their package is 7, 14, Wiseman, and Wiggins.
You wouldn't do it? Because here's my thought: you're basically starting over, right? So you're moving Dame. In this scenario, you're moving Dame. You probably move on from CJ and Yusuf Nurkic also. You're starting completely over, and now your base is 2 first-round picks this year and a guy who was the, number 2 overall pick last year? Man, that's not a bad base to start from.
Oh, no, it's a great base to start with, absolutely. If I was the Memphis Grizzlies or if I was the damn Charlotte Hornets, if I'm Portland and I battle with these fools for the last decade, there ain't no way I'm helping them continue their reign. I ain't doing
you got to get that out of your head.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you this.
The best deal. You got to take the best deal.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, if Boston is, he's not even there no more, but if Boston is offering me Enes Kanter and Golden State is offering me that, I'm gonna go with Boston. Absolutely not. But if it's comparable or even slightly below, hell no, I'm not trading them to the Warriors or the Lakers.
I think Enes Kanter is actually in Portland.
I know he's
the irony of the whole thing.
Right. So, like, if the Knicks, for example, you got that deal with the Warriors that's out there. If the Knicks said RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, and our first round picks for the next 2 years, is the Warriors deal probably a little better? Yeah, but I'm going with the Knicks.
And it's immediate. But you do. There probably is something to be said for getting Dame out of the conference. And then, as you mentioned, I'm not as hung up on the battles of the last several years. I'm not going to let them continue their reign. But if the deals are comparable, if Golden State versus whoever, if they're comparable, yeah, okay. I'll go New York or Memphis or whoever.
Right.
But if there's a gap between a potential Warriors deal and everything else, bro,
I completely understand that. I'm not saying that where, like I said, if they want to give me Robert Williams, sorry, Jesse, if they want to say Robert Williams to Portland, and I can that instead of Wiseman and all, no, I'm not saying that. But if
I can think of a team I'd like Robert Williams on, but go ahead.
There's definitely a team I love Robert Williams to be on, absolutely, especially after it looks like there's going to be an opening. That's what it feels like. Certainly, what it feels like, but yeah, if it's comparable, or if the team in the East is giving me a slightly lesser offer, go with the team in the East.
Okay,
hands down.
All right, let's for man, it's the final day.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the
Final day of the Summer of Cash contest. You've got 4 opportunities left to win $1,000, and your first chance is right now. All you got to do is text the code word GREAT to 72881. That's GREAT to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. You've got your final opportunities to win $1,000 with the Summer of Cash contest coming up. 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that Dylan and KC are on the air here today.
Can I say something real quick and pat you on the back as opposed to patting myself on the back all the time?
It'd be a nice change.
I think you said something when all this broke that I think was spot on. And that's that this was Dame's out. This was his out as far as all that stuff about people coming at him for hiring Chauncey and oh, well, I was committed, but now after seeing this, I just don't know. I didn't see all this. It's been in his mind to leave for a long time, but he backed himself into a corner by all this loyalty and all this other stuff. And the fans gave him an out and he took advantage of it and he about to run with it.
It looks like it
feeling this way.
And that's the thing. It feels like, from an outsider's perspective, that he set the wheels in motion, and we'll see how this all plays out. I mean, I don't know. Again, Dame Lillard's talking a lot. He's just not saying anything. I mean,
it's a bunch of words.
But I mean, it's access. Like, he's talking about USA basketball. He's talking about a variety of other things. It's not like him and Chris Haynes are sitting down talking exclusively about the Portland Trailblazers and his future with the Portland Trailblazers or his past with the Portland Trailblazers. And all of a sudden he's made the decision he's going to address reports today. They're talking about a number of other things. They have talked about the season together, but they've spent a lot of time talking about USA basketball as well. If you read those in the articles in its entirety, it was just weird to have an article posted on Friday from Chris Haynes with a note that Dame Lillard will address the reports about his future with the Portland Trailblazers Friday after USA basketball practice. It's like, yo, it's Friday. Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, and on top of that, are they having a midnight practice? Like, what are the hell's going on?
Well,
practice
I mean, it's only noon. I mean, so I don't know. I don't know what their practice. It is Las Vegas too, so let's
I'm just tired of these people.
If they don't have a practice
not saying nothing.
I get it.
It's a whole lot of nothing. It's Marvin Bagley.
Okay.
It's Aaron Rodgers. Now it's Dame Lillard. Not saying much of nothing.
Now we're just going to get a bunch of tweets from who. We'll step out. We'll come back. Jesse, edit this all out so no one from Team Bagley tweets us. And Tom Brady.
He's editing it out because we talked about Robert Williams already.
We're trying to get Robert Williams on the Kings, and he's not having any part of it. More of D'Lo and KC on the way, including Tom Brady's torn MCL and how some people desperately want this to be a big deal. That's next.
It'd be heaven.
It'd be fantastic. Oh, it'd be so good.
It'd be heaven.
Yeah, take it. Take it. I think they like him there. I think they do. Yeah, I think they like him there.
David. LeBron, I can't remember we started these playoffs with LeBron said, I can't see.
That's great. If y'all on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. Please, pretty, please, baby, please. Hit all the thumbs up before Dave comes in and hits the thumbs down. Okay, we see you, Sean. Okay.
Hey. Sean P, free game in the house was good. Richard B, Dallas sending everything to Portland would include Luka. Like they don't have
they don't have everything. Yeah,
they don't even have their second best player.
Mark Cuban gonna try. Mark Cuban, you're gonna try to trade the Dallas Cowboys, try to get something done because doing anything just for the Mavericks ain't working for him, man. I don't know why. Come up short every damn time.
And I'd not just be laughing like the $1 Million Man.
He was a wrestler. Yeah, he was a great wrestler. Mm-hmm. He's one of the best wrestlers, probably. I mean, he technically was the champion for a couple of days.
Is that what happened with the Andre thing?
So when you like, there's video. Like if you search video on YouTube, you can find like house shows after that main event with Ted DiBiase with the championship belt. Well, I don't think that they didn't. He didn't lose it. They
didn't
stripped
really
it.
give it to him.
Yeah. So I don't think in history they count it. Like I don't think it says Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Ted DiBiase. I think it says Hulk Hogan and then like vacant.
What's the story behind? Is there a story behind Diesel beating Bob Backlund at a house show?
Yeah, that was the plan. Like it was New York, and they wanted him to get over in New York. So they had just done the thing with Bret Hart, and like they weren't going to have.
Didn't that come right after a pay-per-view?
Couple days. Yeah, it came a couple of days later.
Wow.
Yeah, so they had Backlund beat Brett, and they did it in flawless fashion with the Owen throwing the talent. Mom, throw the talent. He's my brother.
So
he's my
dude.
Owen's so great. God rest that man's soul.
That was like one of the. It's not one of my early memories, but I remember that, and I was like, because that was the whole Survivor Series with the cactus thing.
Yeah.
And I remember that match and the way Owen did that.
So good.
Yeah.
And like Stu snatched the towel. And then like Helen took it back and tried to throw it in, but it didn't clear the rope. It just kind of hit the rope, so they had to go with it. And then Diesel kicks Bob Backlund in the stomach, power bombs him, and it's over.
Takes the towel and runs down the aisle. Woo! Yes.
So good. So good. That's funny. No, if Relive, no, it's been done to death. Like there's nothing I could possibly add to that.
Yeah,
that thing has been
after that behind the who's the one that did the real thing where they had the footage of Vince
Wrestling
walking
with
out
shadows.
after he got
Wrestling with shadows. Oh, we see you, Warren, on that Twitch. We see you. Yeah,
is
go
this the
check
first
out.
time we had this one?
It might be. It might be. I'm with it. I like it. Well done, Jesse. Well done, my dude. You could go download the Odyssey app right now and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports music fans. You could find old school hip hop joints that'll drop big pun records like that one right there. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Check that out right there. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversations. I guess we'll just wait for USA basketball practice to end. And when
this
it does,
is like waiting for. Remember when we had to wait for the Kings to end practice or a press conference during the show? Sometimes they would wait till after 4.
we believe that was strategized. Yeah, they plotted that. Well, I remember the Luke Walton day was 4:30. Like, okay, all right, cool. All right, guys. Like, I get it. Like, you got relationships you got to salvage, but there's no way someone. But hey, okay, we're gonna do it to. We're gonna call James Ham at 4:30. All right, had us sitting around here for 4 hours waiting for that, and then they'll be disappointed by the announcement.
Oh, come on!
Sorry, that was bad.
It wasn't called for.
It was. I'll go sit in timeout. My bad.
Man, like I say all the time, y'all say it's Captain Saberluke. I don't give a damn who it is. It could be Bert and Ernie being the head coaches. I don't give a damn. They need to make the playoffs. It's all that matters. It's all that matters.
I heard Bert's a good coach. I don't know about Ernie. I think Ernie been riding his coattails, but I heard Bert's a good coach.
Right, man. If they get us to the playoffs, it's all that matters.
Snuffleupagus, the strength coach.
Is that the Smurfs?
No, Snuffleupagus was the big
Hi, Bird.
is the one the Chappelle called I think he called him a heroin addict.
Hi, Bird.
That was Snuffleupagus.
That's phenomenal Sesame Street knowledge. I don't really remember Sesame Street like that.
I don't know that I really ever watched. I do remember Bert and Ernie, obviously. I remember Snuffleupagus and Big Bird. Oscar I remember, Oscar the Grouch.
I know all the characters, and then I relived it when my son was born because Elmo and all that other stuff. But literally watching it myself, I remember it, but I couldn't tell you moments and episodes like I can to Saved by the Bell or something like that.
Of course not. I mean, they're not even comparable. By the way, as you mentioned Elmo, can we? How many times have we heard, particularly, and this has changed due to the impossibility? I don't know if that's a word, but impossibleness. I don't think that's a word either. But of the sneakers app. But remember how people would look down on Michael Jordan. Oh, his shoes. People are out there killing each other for shoes, and they're stomping all over people when people are getting hurt. Yeah. I didn't hear people keep that same energy when that damn Tickle Me doll came out. And people were storming into Walmart on Friday at 4 a.m. in the morning. Becky and Rachel, house moms, getting trampled to get a damn Elmo that giggles and shakes.
Craziness. Now those same
I can't go buy sneakers without being vilified.
Now those same people just fall out in Victoria's Secret.
I've heard that. I get that internet reference. Yes, indeed. I get that internet reference.
Did you were you ever a Black Friday shopper? Are you still a Black Friday
Never
shopper?
And no.
No, I wasn't, but I mean, I experienced it a couple times.
Black Friday
experience.
Do you know how many emails I get a week that say take advantage of our Black Friday sale, and it's like June 16th?
No, I saw a commercial last night. It's Black Friday in July. I forgot who it was.
Probably Macy's.
I think it was Macy's.
Black Friday in July. I think every Friday is Black Friday at Macy's.
See,
and the way I brought you in part by Macy's and Geico.
Shout out to Macy's. But it's so watered down. It's not even real no more. The whole Black Friday thing, cyber, and now they open at 9 p.m. on Thursday, on Thanksgiving Day. They ain't the same. But them true Black Friday days when you had to be up at 3 to get there by 4. I experienced it one time. And it was an experience. Let's just say that.
I did it once too. I wanted to get my mom a TV, and it was stupid. And the only reason I did it is because I love my mom, and then I never did it again. Now I'll just send her something.
I went with my mom. My mom, when during Black Friday, she kind of reminded me of, remember Kobe in the 2009 finals when Chris Rock was trying to talk to him on the sideline and Kobe was just staring ahead? That's how my mom is on Black Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's locked in.
That's focus.
Just to get some pots.
Hey, don't look down at pots. And 2, don't look down on pots that are on sale. Because your boy may have just bought a new set of cookware. Man, I might have gotten up at 3 a.m. if I could have gotten a better discount on these pots. Cookware is expensive. Yeah, and it's I feel like they do it. It's like, because what you gonna do? Not cook?
Right.
If I want to charge $200 for some pots and pans, I'm gonna charge $200 for some pots and pans because you ain't gonna do nothing about it. And then, you gotta cook.
And it's not even like performance based. It's not like, oh, these are top of the line. They all cook the same.
Sterling bottoms,
non-stick. When I go wash the dishes, it sticks. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
They're all non-stick when you put oil in it. Put a little coconut oil spray on it and keep it moving. Talking about non-stick. Knock it off.
I'm gonna scramble some eggs in there, and I look after I'm done, and I gotta wash this now. Jesus.
You gotta get the metal spatula out and just scrape it, and you pull it off. It's like you pull that things off. It's like melted cheese. You get that melted cheese, and it's just like super firm. Like that's what it is cleaning these so-called non-stick pots.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. And my mom used to. We say South Sac all the time. She used to. She would go from Florham Center to Arden to Sunrise all before 6 a.m.
I can't deal with the chat right now. The chat's doing a lot over here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Marcus says when that happens, we're cooking with the heat too high.
Okay.
I'm going to try that next time. I'm going to turn it down a little bit, Marcus. Thank you.
Don't tell me how to cook, Marcus. But he is right, though. I mean, like, come on. Like, we've got to be more responsible with the heat we live in. And and then here's another thing I don't understand. why is the oven temperature on every oven different? Like I've been cooking. I've told you this before. I make cookies every night. I have them every single night. So two cookies after dinner every night, and I just
cookies
every night. Yeah.
You don't make a batch?
No, hear me out. I make a batch, but I only cook 2 at a time.
Okay.
Because I want that. Because I started looking around like I want fresh baked cookies every night. What? I don't need to make all these. I ain't gonna eat them tonight. I'm gonna eat 2 tomorrow and 2 the next day. So I started just when I make dinner, I just throw a couple in the oven. It turns out the temperature on the oven that I'm cooking on now is drastic. The 400 that I'm cooking on now is drastically different than the 400 I was cooking on before.
You have a new stove or new oven, excuse me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pulled that out. I was like, whoa, that ain't never happened before.
Things be heating up ASAP.
Man.
You know,
I guess all 400-degree temperatures ain't the same.
You know, I do want to point out, while I mean, I think it's dope. That's very high class of you to make freshly baked cookies every night. 2 of them. Matter of fact, that is high class.
You calling it high class? That's not high class. That's one. That's the ability I have to live alone. I ain't got to cook for no kids. I ain't got to cook for nobody else. It's me. And I was like, I remember the moment. I'm sitting down. I'm like, God bless it. This is the best cookie I've ever had. And I make really good cookies. And I'm thinking, man, like, I'm going to make fresh baked cookies every night. And so I make the batter. Batter's already made. It's downstairs. They're rolled into the little balls. They'll put it into a little container. I start to make my dinner. Hey, man. You come over to my house for dinner, you're getting fresh baked cookies.
Chocolate chip cookies.
I got you.
I love me some chocolate chip
cookies. You ain't gonna have none
cookies.
better than mine. And mine are good for you too. Like you could eat mine for breakfast. Like they would hit you with some energy. Yeah. Oatmeal. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I love me some chocolate chip cookies. What Homer used to do, he goes, chocolate chip cookies. Ah.
Why does your Homer sound exactly like Shaq?
It's Homer sounds like Shaq. Chocolate chip cookies. See, Shaq is just a little slower in his cadence. Jesse, put that on a shirt.
That was Shaq.
Like, yeah, and Homer's chocolate chip cookies.
I'm just glad. I'm glad people are recognizing my.
No, it is great. He is a genius. It's just high class.
See, look, everybody look, try it. All you do, just make the batter in advance, make the cookies, like form them, and then put them in the refrigerator. When it's time to cook, when it's time to make your dinner, pull the cookies out, put them in the oven. It'll change your life. I'm telling you.
You're also doing a lot by like having to roll them up. If you get, I think it's Mrs. Fields we have. I don't know. But they're already cutting the squares. And it's in a little tub already, and you just put it on the sheet.
That ain't real.
It's damn real.
No. You've
taste them things. It's real.
Make cookies. Oatmeal, maple syrup, cookie butters.
You've already gone off the deep end. All I need is chocolate chip.
Almond flour. And see, chocolate chips, played. You don't use chocolate chips, fam. Use chocolate chunks.
That's too much.
Nobody.
I never got
do the rest. I'm leaving. I can't do this. I can't work with you. I can't work with you.
No, not my job.
Work with you. Irreconcilable difference. This is it. I knew that. I didn't think the show was going to end this way, but this is how it's going to end. I can't do it. To talk about chocolate chip. No, chocolate chunk is where it's at. If I bite into a cookie and there's not a chocolate in it, I'm pissed off.
That's too much, man.
I give it to my dog. Like here. Ain't no chocolate, and then you can have it.
Chunks are it's too much. Although
that's your worst take. That is by far your worst take ever.
Chunks in the chocolates? No, bro.
Yes.
No.
That is, bro. I can't.
It's too much.
I don't even know how to transition. This is awful.
If I'm gonna have a chocolate chip cookie and I'm just gonna have a big chunk of chocolate, why do I even need the cookie at that point? I should just go get a Hershey's chocolate. Okay, so why do we have the cookie? Go get a Hershey's chocolate.
Little flavoring in it. Little extra, like a little breading. It's like a breaded chocolate chunk.
disrespectful to the bread. To be
Now
honest,
you
with
sound stupid. That sounds ridiculous.
show some respect. Put some respect on his name.
You should be ashamed of yourself. I can't believe Jazz hasn't left you after a take like that. That's awful.
The bread said,
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on.
I agree.
The trunk side, because when you do take a bite out of a chocolate chip cookie and it's just the bread, that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that.
No, it's not. Jesse,
I love
it's
that
not
we're
awful
referring
at
to
all.
it as bread too, and not a cookie.
Yeah, but yeah, what's the point of a cookie if there's no chocolate chip when you're taking a bite?
Yeah,
Exactly. I think we've been over this before. There's no such thing as any other kind of cookie except a chocolate chip cookie.
Then just go with Hershey's chocolate.
I don't want a Hershey's chocolate. I want a chocolate chunk cookie.
Yeah, you need the mix.
Oh gosh, I don't know what to do with you guys. I really don't.
We feel the same.
Yeah, you're the odd man out here.
Kenny here repping for chocolate chips.
Peyton says Casey with gas station chicken and Subway cookies. Subway cookies are pretty good.
Hey,
Stop playing, baby.
Back in the day, I would do some damage. I would buy out the chocolate chip rack at Subway. I've done it before, and God don't let me walk in there when they're pulling them out the oven.
Now we talking. Now let me tell you this though. I'm gonna go next level. Jersey Mike's chocolate chip cookies are killing them.
Nah, never had them.
Telling you, man. Jersey
I don't
Mike's.
even trust buying chocolate chip. I have to really trust the bakery to buy chocolate chip cookies anymore, because I know if I get one, or if I get one from the store, this ain't gonna be as good as mine. So what the hell am I gonna give you money for?
Do you trust Mrs. Fields?
I don't think she can make a brand that I don't think she makes a brand that I eat.
Mrs. Fields says,
Put some respect on my name.
I get it. You just use that drop though.
come on, man, Mrs. Fields. You don't know if she can make the cookie the way you would like it, Mrs. Fields. This is how we learned about Flora Mall. Mrs. Fields.
Kenny, dietary restrictions. She probably put some things in it that don't necessarily work for me.
I think it will work for you.
No, you're just saying that out loud. You're just saying, you're Dame Lillard and Marvin Bagley right now. You're just saying words. That's all you're doing right now is putting together a collection of words. That's all you're doing. You ain't even making a point. Just saying a bunch of words. As we anxiously await Dame Lillard's freaking practice to end so we can figure out what the hell's going on. You see Dame Lillard's trending on Twitter like there's Dame Lillard reportedly the request to trade in the coming days. Either the man has asked for a trade or he hasn't.
That's what I'm saying. People just need to say. I mean, what's going on with all this?
How are the Portland Trailblazers logging? Oh, wait a minute. Dame Lillard's trending on Twitter and they click on that. Oh, because he sure ain't said my belief is he's either said something to the organization or he hasn't. I can't imagine that he's going to go to the Zoom call or he's going to meet with the reporters, or perhaps he's just going to sit down with Chris Haynes again, and then he's going to tell the Portland Trailblazers in that setting that he wants to be traded. Either he or his representatives had to have already. Let me rephrase that. I would think he or his representatives have already talked to the Portland Trailblazers.
Why would they leak that out?
Dame's people?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they didn't.
I'm sure they.
I mean, I'm looking at this. This is Barry Bonds.
What?
Z.
Oh,
he's a recording artist in New Jersey. He said Dame Lillard has officially requested a trade from the Portland Trailblazers. Knicks, Lakers, Heat, and Warriors are the four teams Lillard's interested in. It's been retweeted.
No.
It's been retweeted. It's been retweeted or quote tweeted just short of 10,000 times. This is Barry Bonds with a Z. He's management for Fresh Moss.
Okay. I don't know who Fresh Moss is. You know,
I don't know.
I don't know who Fresh Moss is.
Another one said a source close to Dame Lillard says that in the days to come, he plans to request a trade. That was 5 hours ago.
I don't know. You guys, should I do it? Should I do it? Should I?
No, you can't. You're a real no. You are an actual media person now. You cannot do
That's
that.
kind of crazy.
That would have worked 12 months ago.
That's crazy that Barry Bonds, not that Barry Bonds, is out here.
Barry Bonds with a Z.
dropping knowledge, dropping rumors, Dame Lillard rumors. He's in New Jersey. Dame's in Vegas right now. He lives in Portland. He's from Oakland. And this guy from New Jersey is the one saying Dame it wants out.
Well, he's one of the people saying our man Barry Bonds with a Z has 5,214 followers.
That's a good amount of followers.
Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Neil O'Shea are expected to meet with Dame Lillard today in Las Vegas. That was tweeted 48 minutes ago by Frank Iasola. Okay, now you've got my attention. Now you've got my attention. Chauncey Billups, Neil O'Shea, they're in Las Vegas with Dame Lillard today.
He wants out, bro.
Okay, you've got my attention.
He want to leave.
You brought it up yesterday. Kyrie Irving in the middle of
RKO out of nowhere.
I was going to say Kyrie hit him with the RKO. Now Kyrie legitimately hit him with the RKO out of nowhere. This has been building since the Blazers were eliminated. So I need to find out when practice is. That's all I need to find out is when is the men's practice. As a matter of fact, there's someone I can ask. I'm going to find out when the men's practice is, so I know how long we have to sit here staring at our phones waiting for that alert to come in.
That's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy. So let me just jump to because I'm going to we're going to talk through it here on D-Lo and KC today, but I'm just going to assume Dame is going to leave. What does this do to Portland?
Ends them as a
as a playoff team?
That's what I was going to say. I almost used the word contender, and it's like, were they a contender?
No,
like, there's a difference between a contender and a playoff team.
Yeah, they weren't a contender.
It probably ends them as a playoff team. I don't even know that probably is the word. The deal is going to matter. What comes back in return is going to matter. Even if they go with the Golden State Warriors scenario that we just presented, where you're getting 2 draft picks this year, total hypothetical, you're getting Wiseman. You got 3 18 and 19-year-olds in your starting lineup, probably. I mean, and those are mid. We're not talking about the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
We're talking about late lottery picks.
Here's the other thing about trade Dame Lillard.
Talking about Boston isn't even in the lottery. That one was just outside the lottery, isn't it?
Yeah, right outside, like 16 or something. Here's the other thing about trading Dame Lillard. And I remember, I forgot what was the recent. I think it was James Harden. I think we were talking about actually, but I said because I remember going through all this with DeMarcus Cousins. I said it never works for the team trading a superstar. It never works. I went back in history and I looked at a bunch of these different trades of these superstars being traded. And every time they'd get 3-4 players, it didn't really amount to nothing. I don't think this Dame situation is going to be any different. Now, there's going to be a little more of a possibility of it working or a little more hope of it working because you're getting guys in let's go with the Warriors trade. You would get a guy in Wiseman, 2 rookies that haven't even played yet. So maybe you hit the jackpot with that. But you go with my hypothetical Knicks trade, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, a couple of picks. RJ Barrett, I like him. I think he's a good ball player. I don't know if he's going to be the guy that's going to lead Portland back to the playoffs and back to contention in a couple of years, though.
Yeah, I don't know what Portland's long-term future is, but their immediate future is they're on the outside looking in.
If you were Portland right now, how would you be going about this thing? What are you looking to get back in return?
Yeah, I mean, Dame's got 5 years left on his deal. Like this is the first year of his extension. So whoever is acquiring him has the potential to be acquiring him for a very, very long time. Dame doesn't have a lot of leverage here unless he's willing to quit. And like he has no card to play.
Right.
You've got to you almost have to, not that others haven't, but you almost, I guess James didn't, but you almost have to play this amicably. Hey, let's work together. It's not working. You guys need to move on. I need to move on. We've meant a lot to each other. We're not winning the way that this is constructed. I I don't know what I would ask for in return. You would need a ton of draft picks because I guess it's also what's the philosophy of the Portland Trailblazers. There's ways you could look at it. You hit the hard reset button and you're starting completely over. And do you have like a 2-year plan, 3-year plan, 4-year plan, so on and so forth? Remember the massive deal that the Boston Celtics made with the Brooklyn Nets and how that was supposed to be a seismic shift, and it just turned out to be one of the most laughable, trades in NBA history. But Doc Rivers was sort of included in this as well. Obviously, a separate deal, but he wound up going to Los Angeles, and it was a reset for Boston, but it only took like 2 years.
Right.
It's like a 2-year. They were in the playoffs. They were deep into the playoffs. They decided to start it over, and they were back in the playoffs and contending, at least in the playoffs, for 2 years. 2 years later, excuse me. I assume Portland's going to want that philosophy. I'm sure they're going to comb through what Boston did in terms of draft acquisitions, player acquisitions, and different things like that. You'll get a good player back. You'll get a good player back, and you could get a haul of draft picks. That could be a start if this winds up happening for Portland. I'm like you. I'm starting to feel like this is absolutely happening.
Yeah. I'll do the Knicks and what the Knicks could give you. I don't think the Knicks can match up to what the Warriors potentially could give. The Warriors, I'm thinking it's Wiseman, Wiggins, 7 and 14. The Knicks can't do that. They can give you RJ Barrett. I'm thinking they probably, if I'm Portland, I might ask for Obi Toppin. They might try to say Mitchell Robinson, but let's just say Obi Toppin for the sake of argument. RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, 19 and 21 this year. They got 2 first-round picks. So you're getting was Wiseman a rookie? Yeah, so you're basically getting another rookie. And like Wiseman was a rookie this year, Obi Toppin was a rookie this year.
Yeah.
You're getting RJ Barrett, who it may not matter to you, but is on a better deal. He's on his rookie deal compared to Wiggins being on this max, the superstar max for 3 years left or something like that. You're getting lower draft picks in 19 and 21 than what the Warriors could give you in 7 and 14.
I'm looking at, I was looking for a comp. And I don't know that this is a fair comp, just given the circumstances of Dame Lillard's contract. But Paul George was traded from the Thunder to the Clippers. And Gallinari went, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went, and 5. That's really weird to read. 5 first-round picks? Ooh. You've got it. Maybe that's your blueprint. That's what you have to look at. Wiseman in this situation is the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? The young player who you believe. I'm not comparing them as players. I'm saying he's a young player who you believe has a ton of talent.
Right.
You have to ask for something in the vicinity of 5 first-round picks, 4 to 5 first-round picks. Paul George might be the blueprint for this. Of course, a big difference here is the Thunder had all the leverage against the Clippers because the Clippers were making this deal not only for Paul George, but for Kawhi Leonard. Right. Kawhi Leonard wasn't literally involved in the trade, but if you believe what was out there, the deal was for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
I got another blueprint. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Jesse, should we roll or should we go? Tell me what to do here, producer. Yeah, let's roll. I didn't realize what time it was. Let's just keep going.
Okay. Well, the other and I see where you're going with that one. The other blueprint, though, would it be James Harden?
Okay, refresh my memory.
Now this one gets wonky because it was a 3-teamer, and I'm just going to talk about what the Rockets received. They ended up getting. This is so weird to read. So they ended up getting Karis LeVert, some guy I've never heard of, 3 first-round picks, and 4 first-round pick swaps. So they got draft control in 22, 24, 26, 21, 23, 25, and 27. They got control of all the Rockets picks, basically, or the Nets picks from this year to 2027. Between actually having them outright and pick swaps. That is my math right? That's 7 picks.
Yeah.
Is that the blueprint? I think it's somewhere around.
It's somewhere between those two.
Right.
It's a massive haul because this isn't an expiring deal. This isn't the ever popular 2 years left on the deal. This isn't an Anthony Davis situation. It's none of that. This is a dude who just signed an extension and has the full extension left. He hadn't even entered it yet.
Right.
When he steps on the floor to start next season, that'll be the first game he plays on a 5-year extension. So the team that's acquiring him has a lot of you've got years of Dame Lillard. So we're just gonna gloss over Buddy and Marvin and the number 9, and we're not even gonna discuss this. We could throw in a suite at the Golden One Center, Tower Bridge, the rights to reopen Tower Records, the Tower Cafe.
Well, look. I don't.
You better not. If you better
all 3 of those.
You better not.
The second-year guard out of Iowa State
At IMK Diddy. I ain't put my hands on that. I'm out.
I would put in all that you just said.
Ain't gonna have all them vulgarities thrown at me again.
Iowa State, and I'd be like, I tell them like this. I will call them and I'd say Fox is off the table. Anything else you want?
But and I agree. You can absolutely you absolutely do that. In a nutshell, you absolutely do that.
Mm-hmm.
But what does that do for the Kings? Other than get you Dame Lillard? Like it gets you a really exciting player. But does it but like I'm talking about, does it make you
your playoff team for sure?
But Buddy's gone, Bagley's gone, and Tyrese is gone. So you just add Dame and you're a playoff team?
Once again, like I said,
is Dame a defensive juggernaut?
He's not a defensive juggernaut, but like I said the other day, when you talk about Buddy and Bagley, what are you really missing? You know what I'm saying? Buddy's there every night. Bagley, what are you really missing? And you're already back-to-back years when he wasn't there. You almost made the playoffs.
And let's be clear, Portland would laugh at this offer.
You think so?
They may never speak to Monty McNair again if he called and offered this.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's the Warriors. I'm not going to say it's the Knicks or nothing like that. I don't think that's a bad. When you throw Halliburton in there,
it's only it's Tyrese and you build from there. But that's no different than
what's the difference between Wiseman and Marvin Bagley?
Wiseman's younger, healthier.
Is he healthier? He's been hurt his entire life, almost in the last 2 years.
Healthy-ish.
He got hurt in Memphis. He got hurt 3 times, 3 times in Golden State his rookie year. Now he's younger. His clock hasn't started isn't as far as long as Marvin. But
I can't. Does Wiseman have more upside than Marvin? Healthy. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's healthy. Does he have more upside?
When we did the draft preview last year, I watched Wiseman, and I remember I came on here and I said, James Wiseman reminds me a lot of Marvin Bagley. The way they play, left-handed, big guys that have a lot of versatility to their game and a lot of room for upside. Wiseman's taller, he's bigger. I feel Bagley moves a little better. So, it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. But I think they have the same type of ceiling. I think they both can be really good ball players. I believe in both of them. But Wiseman had a rough rookie campaign. Mm-hmm. Bagley didn't have a rough rookie campaign, but he's had rough campaigns since then. Mm-hmm. I don't think that. I think that is maybe it can be trumped by a lot of people, but if you're willing to go Halliburton, Bagley, Buddy, and like 3 first rounders,
Getting like $60 million back with Buddy though. It's like $60 million for Buddy Hield.
but you're doing
Which
that with,
everybody but one former general manager, I think, will laugh at.
you're doing that with Wiggins.
You were singing the praises of Andrew Wiggins a couple of days ago. Andrew Wiggins is a 20-something per game scorer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cool.
Buddy
He's
ain't
good.
that.
No,
Andrew Wiggins
But I
is a
think he's
significantly
cheaper.
better defender.
is Buddy cheaper than Wiggins, or they got the same contract?
No, Buddy's cheaper. Buddy's
You
cheaper.
save a little bit of
But
money.
he's significant. But Andrew Wiggins is significantly better. Again, it's what route would Portland want to go? Again, I don't think they even consider Sacramento. And here's the other thing. Again, I told you I believe that they have to do this amicably, right?
Mhm.
And I don't like if there's a situation where, yeah, you did the Golden State versus potential New York deal. What if it's the Golden State or maybe it's the New York deal versus Sacramento deal? I feel like they'd talk to Dame. If they're close, if they're not close, like if it's 100% Sacramento, Dame, sorry, dude, we got to do what's best for the franchise.
Right,
You don't want to be here? It's fine. This is best for the franchise.
right.
We've got to move forward. We're willing to trade you. We're willing to do everything you ask, but New York doesn't have it. Sacramento does.
Right.
I think they're going to work. If this is all real, and this is 100% speculation on our part, we have not been in contact with Barry Bonds with a Z to verify his information and some of the other information out there. This is just sports talk, man. We're just sitting back having fun. That's it. They wouldn't send him here.
And he wouldn't want to. He would want to come here, but where he's at, like just in general, like I'll be in California, be close to Oakland, all this other stuff. But just where he's at in his career,
Basketball wise,
it wouldn't make sense. Like if you're trying to get out of Portland, why would you come to Sacramento?
at its best, and for Kings fans, they'd be elated. But at its best, you're in the same spot. You're getting swept out of the first round. Of course, again, Kings fans elated at that. Dame Lillard, not so much.
No. So at least you go to New York, you got an opportunity. New York would be losing a lot, but if they have I think they have the money.
Intriguing though.
They'd have the money to add to that, I think. So you'd have Dame, Randall, and it wouldn't be like a max guy, but you could go get somebody else to go with them.
They have money too.
Yeah, they got money. They got money. They've been waiting around for
They're
moments.
one of the few. Yeah, they're one of the few. The few, the proud, the New York Knicks. They have got money to
Philly
spend.
trade proposal. That's Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else.
Would it be
go.
Tobias too? Could you throw Ben Simmons and Tobias Harris in there?
If you're
Sign
Philly,
Rashawn Holmes in free agency.
if you're Philly and you're good,
Yeah.
for sure.
We'll see. I'll hit you with something. I don't hate the New York Knicks idea. Dame Lillard with that New York team with a defense for arguably the first time in his career. Tom Thibodeau is the coach, a new, softer, more vet-friendly Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
And I don't hate that idea at all. Just as a basketball fan, I don't hate the idea of Dame Lillard with the New York Knicks at all.
The other thing about this whole Dame Lillard thing, now everybody, I want to get your opinion on this because obviously everybody in the league will want Dame Lillard. Everybody in the league would want Dame Lillard, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who realistically is making a move for Dame Lillard? Like, I'll take, for instance, Boston would want Dame Lillard.
Mm-hmm.
They're not, I don't think they don't have enough to trade for Dame Lillard.
Nope.
So, that's the other thing. You start to look at these things and what teams really have enough to trade for Dame Lillard?
The Knicks do.
The Knicks. I'm hearing the Sixers, but I got to hear more about what people think they might be offering.
Would Miami?
Miami, you probably have to throw in Bam, Hero, and a bunch of picks. That's probably the best you could do. Bam, Hero, and it seems like anybody would have to throw in at least a minimum 3 picks.
Would
Probably
you
4.
would you put Dame? I want to bring Jesse in on this real quick. Would you put Dame next to Tatum if you had to move Jaylen Brown?
I've been thinking about that. I don't no, because Dame right now
Whoa.
he's 31 right now. All right, and I think Jalen at 24 he's gonna get a lot better. I don't know. I don't feel like the timelines work because you got Jaylen Brown. He's 24. Tatum's like 25 or whatever. I think that's the way you go.
And you also, you also, and not comparing Jaylen Brown just to Dame Lillard, you're also throwing just in this 3, 4, 5 draft picks. The question is, does Dame Lillard with Jason Tatum and the rest of that Celtics roster equal a potential championship contender or an Eastern Conference championship contender? I'm not sure that it does.
I might do that. I might do Jaylen Brown for Dame Lillard, and not because I don't like Jaylen, but
no,
I feel like
you have to give up someone you like to get Dame Lillard. That's
I feel like Dame and Tatum might work a little better than Jaylen and Tatum.
like to be better than they were last year. Because remember, you're in addition to Jaylen Brown, you're losing picks after that.
Mm-hmm.
You're losing draft capital. So, and you've already gotten rid of this year's because you were trying to unload the Kemba Walker contract. So you have to be 100% sure it's going to work because you have no backup plan because all your at the very least 3 of your future first round picks are gone.
Well, yeah, and I think anybody like you're just mentioning right now, anybody that trades for him, it's an all-in situation. Like anybody that trades for Dame, you have no backup plan. Dame has to work 100% because, like we just mentioned, I think the draft control. And what I mean by that is obviously you can't do just straight draft picks, year after year. But like how the Nets and the Rockets did, the Rockets have the pick outright one year. The following year, it's a pick swap. The year after that, they got the pick outright. Following year, it's a pick swap. You probably have to do four of those. You have to do 4 years of that, regardless. I think that's a non-starter because I don't know if anybody has the assets to give up actual players.
Right.
Enough, at least. Except for maybe the Knicks and the Warriors and the Kings.
Okay, you're thinking way too highly of the Kings. One of the people reporting on the Dame Lillard situation is our man Quentin Mayo, host of BetMGM over on the BetQL network. He's going to join us coming up at 1:30. We'll pick his brain about this deal. We'll talk about the finals as well, and we'll come back. We'll talk more about these hypothetical scenarios. I mentioned Tom Brady. We got to dive into that. Much more coming up, plus your next opportunity to win $1,000. That's just 12 minutes away here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Peyton says the Lakers would give up picks for the next 10 years because if they get another ring, they'll be the most winning franchise. They probably would, but they ain't got no picks. Or they don't have control over them. They've got a bunch of picks. Why they gave a ton of them to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
G Funky, what's up, man? I don't want Simmons here either, man. My man G Funky.
Funky like a monkey.
Murph, that'd be crazy.
Oh, jeez, Murph. Don't.
It would be a movie night in and night out.
It really would. Dude, I almost missed the show today, man. I got caught up in this podcast. I had to force myself to turn it off. It's called Fight Night. It's about let me read the description to you. It's like a story. It's really, really good. It's called Fight Night. I'm trying to find a synopsis of it. That's just not an episode synopsis. Which
is it like a story?
So what it's about? Apparently, it's about the first time Muhammad Ali fought after his exile. He fought in Atlanta, and this connected, like, this connected guy, like connected with like black mafia members and different things like that. He threw a big party, had engraved invitations and the whole thing. So when people were leaving the fight, they went over to his house. Well, what happened when they walked into his house is they were getting robbed. So as they walked in, they were taken down to like a basement and held at gunpoint. And the robbers walked away with like millions of dollars of cash and jewelry. Whoa. So I just started it. Like how many total episodes is it? It like looks like it's 8 episodes, 8 30-ish minute episodes. And I just started episode number 3.
That's crazy.
So I'm just like getting into the story, and it's like, it's pretty dope.
Oh, maybe this is discussing it afterwards. I'm seeing about 12 episodes.
Oh, maybe.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I was. You're right. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, I see it. 12 episodes. Yeah.
I never heard about that. That's a trip.
I haven't either. I was listening to Dan Patrick, and it was a commercial, and it was talking about Ali, and it caught my attention. And then it was talking about like the heist of the century or something. I was like, wait, what? Let me watch this. The dude's name is Chicken Man. I said, and this was just on the last episode. How did he get the name Chicken Man? Well, apparently he used to buy girls chicken sandwiches. It's just like, all right, just perpetuating stereotypes. Like, he didn't buy roses, he bought chicken sandwiches. But it's cool, man. Like, the backdrop is obviously the fight. It's not about boxing, but the backdrop is the Ali fight. It's pretty dope.
Like American Gangster when he was at the listing. No, it was Frazier and fight.
Yeah. I was waiting for it. Don't call it a comeback. I was like, hey, where'd he go? What are we doing here?
Come back. I've been here for years. I feel like LL Cool J is one of the most underrated rappers of all time.
I agree.
I feel like, we know he's famous. We know he's gone on to do a lot of things. He's been an ambassador for hip hop for a long time. But in hip hop, I feel LL Cool J, because he started doing all the, the lover boy stuff and all that for the girls, he don't get the respect I think he deserves, or the credit I think he deserves.
Those first handful of albums were just nasty. I can't live without my radio. I Need a Beat. When he dropped I Need Love, going back to Cali. He has a record called Pink Cookies in a Plastic Bag, Getting Crushed by Giant Boulders, which has a terribly not suitable for work meaning. That's just like LL is phenomenal.
And he can rhyme. Like even when I say
absolutely,
he rhymes as good as a lot of the greats that are put up there, and he don't get the respect for his bars. I don't feel.
You can check out more LL Cool J over on the Beatbox channel, available as an Odyssey exclusive station. It's curated for sports listeners like you. You'll also find your favorite artist on Odyssey on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, where many of you are listening to D-Lo and KC right now. We hope that you're listening, or you could watch twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we welcome everybody listening on 1320 AM. If you want to get involved in any part of this conversation, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. Our man Quentin Mayo is going to join us at the bottom of this hour. Of course, he's the host of BetMGM over on the BetQL network, also available on the Odyssey app. And it's really good. I know you had mentioned you were listening to it over the weekend, and he seems to be on top of this Dame Lillard story. So we're going to talk to him about Dame Lillard, and I got to imagine from a betting perspective, Odds are starting to roll out about what team Dame Lillard might be traded to.
I love how Vegas is on these things, and they're I don't want to say they're always spot on, but they got a damn good feel for these type of things. The one time it really stuck out to me is when the Niners were looking for a head coach, and they had a bunch of these guys going in here. I think that was the year Hugh Jackson might have been like one of the prime candidates. And the whole time, I don't even know if he had been interviewed, but the whole time Vegas was like, the favorite is Chip Kelly. And it was like, that's crazy. Chip Kelly's not coming to the Niners. Sure enough, out of nowhere, Chip Kelly.
Gross. Absolutely gross. Yeah, but Vegas being on top of this stuff, man, there's no question about that. Vegas is locked all the way in. I don't know if I mentioned this. Your chance to win $1,000 also coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Coming up in 4 minutes. King Voss has a question over here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Does Dame Lillard being available bring Ben Simmons' value down, since teams might be focused on Dame and not so much Simmons? It's a good question. I think one of the prime candidates to at least attempt to land Dame Lillard would be Philadelphia. Ben Simmons would be the focal point of, their side of the trade. But as you noted there just a couple of minutes before the commercial break, I don't know how the rest of that deal shakes out.
Well, I don't either. But to your point, to King Voss's point, I got the odds in front of me.
Okay.
They're even odds with the Knicks at the top. Knicks
for Dame?
Sixers. Yeah.
For Dame. Okay.
Knicks Sixers.
Wow.
Plus 250. I think I'm reading this right.
It has to be they have to be so high because the belief that the Sixers are shopping Ben Simmons. And comparable, no. All-star, money, the other elements that go into this, yes. It's not an absurd Russell Westbrook for John Wall trade, but you can probably work a few other pieces around that. And again, I phrase it as what is Portland's number one objective? Is it to get talent back right now, or is it to get assets in the future? My opinion, Casey, is you got to go with talent right now, because, and I'm sorry, I keep referring back to the Golden State Warriors deal, but I think it's the perfect one. Hell, we can go to your hypothetical New York Knicks deal. Hell, we can go to the Philadelphia 76ers deal. Where are those assets going to be? Where are those future first round picks going to be? Like, right. You might have to ask for picks 3 years from now, 5 years from now, because picks next year, what you going to do, Jeff? 27th, 28th? I mean, when we're talking the Warriors and the Knicks and the 76ers with Dame Lillard, that's what we're talking about.
Right. Now, here's the thing about that, and this is what I've had to learn over the years too. If you trade with any team, because you gotta figure the teams that Dame is linked to or could possibly go to, these are guys that are going to be contenders or at least second round playoff teams moving forward, right? So you're going to have those mid to late 20s picks. And what I would feel the same way, but what I learned is you look at something like what OKC is doing. Then you just stackpile these picks and you use those picks as assets moving forward. So if, I don't know, I'm just throwing if Karl Anthony Towns becomes available, like these picks just keep getting recycled over and over, essentially. Yeah. Because Karl Anthony Towns becomes available, you can be like, well, you can have our first round pick. If I'm Portland, you can have our first round pick, which is 13, and we have another first round pick this year from that we acquired in the Damian Lillard trade. So now you're presenting as 2 first rounders and 2 more the following year, because you could have the other one, the pick swap that we have with the Knicks as well for Karl Anthony Towns. You just keep recycling this stuff.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word CLOUD to 72881. That's cloud. As in there was a dark cloud over the organization, and now it's gone. Text CLOUD to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. 2 more opportunities in the Summer of Cash contest coming up 10 minutes past the 2 o'clock hour, 10 minutes past the 3 o'clock hour, and that'll be it. We'll all be out of cash. No more cash. No more cash to give away. So make sure that you're locked in both at 2:10 and 3:10. As a matter of fact, just make your plans to be with us for the next 3 hours. It's really that simple. Quentin Mayo is going to join us at the bottom of this hour. He's been on top of this Dame Lillard story, and we're waiting, I guess, for USA basketball practice to end. We know that the brass of the Portland Trailblazers is in Las Vegas, according to Frank Iasola, to meet with Dame Lillard. This comes after Chris Haynes' report. Dame Lillard will address reports on his future with the Portland Trailblazers today. What I love about this, and this just dawned on me that it's kind of funny, Dame's going to address his future, right? So he has this meeting with Portland, and let's hypothetically, we obviously, we've spent a lot of time talking about Dame Lillard today, and we're both now under the belief, for me, especially since that Frank Iasola tweet went out, we saw that Chauncey and Neil are there in Las Vegas to meet with Dame Lillard. We're both under the belief he's going to ask for a trade. Mm-hmm. And these two entities are going to work together. What I love about this is he's going to ask for a trade, and then he's leaving the country for the next 3 weeks. He's like, y'all go ahead. Hey, I'm done in Portland. I'm gonna go win a gold medal. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see y'all. Call me when this works out.
Isn't that what? No. He did not do that. I was about to say, isn't that what LeBron did? But he came back to Cleveland before he went to like the World Cup or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
That's
yeah. And didn't him and Dwayne Wade have like a long plane ride?
Yeah, that's when we were talking about before. I think that's when he went from Vegas to Miami.
Okay. Yeah. And he had to tell him, I'm going back to Cleveland, and like they had to fly from Vegas to Miami together. Obviously, they're great friends, but that's a weird. Hey, let me holla at you before we board the plane.
Yeah,
like our run is over, and I'm going home.
Shout out to Bron, man. Space Jam 2 tonight.
Space Jam 2 today, baby. Tonight. Let's go. I wasn't invited to Reese's watch party, but that's okay. Nope. I'm ready to watch. So I haven't
seen anything either, man. But I think
ready to watch.
Can
you hold that thought? I got to get us out on time at least one time today. So we'll step out. We'll come back. We'll get Kenny's thoughts on Space Jam 2. Plus, we'll talk to Quentin Mayo. He's on top of this Dame Lillard situation. We'll find out what he's hearing when Tilo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I couldn't believe earlier I looked at the clock and it was ticking to 45. Like, oh my God. Let's just keep going because we're way too late.
Here comes the money.
We in a couple hours we might be King Boss. We might be in a couple hours, but let's see.
They had a nice little run. And Portland seems to always find something, man. They're lucky to no end to a certain degree. They lose Clyde Drexler. They bring it back with I don't know how lucky you are. They should have won a finals. They bring it back with the Jailblazers. And they get rid of the Jailblazers, and they come back with Brandon Roy. And they lose Brandon Roy, they come back with Dame Lillard. Odds are they're going to find somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that deal is that bad. I don't think it's now. If Dame has some say so, I don't think that he would sign off on that, especially if like Philly and New York are making offers too. But
it's got to be
top 3 rookie back. This guy's playing with Team USA as we speak.
Is he?
Like not playing with him, but he was at the select team and all that. Wiseman wasn't there.
Yeah. Kevin Love's going home.
Kevin Love call it a career.
Some of us. Stop it. For goodness sakes.
He couldn't even get it together here.
Here?
Like in Team USA.
Oh.
Now you're not going to be able to get it together there. What? Ramsey, what you talking about? They lost in 5 games. And that was in 90. 89, the Pistons beat the Lakers. They swept them.
It's time to jam, y'all.
Do the Space Jam.
Let's see what y'all. Hey, Poker Pro, knock it off. JaVale McGee's gonna save America.
JaVale McGee.
Bryce, I don't believe we approved this time away. Oh. Did anybody in the chat sign off on Bryce actually going to work? I don't believe anybody signed off on that.
Do we not have any big men in America anymore? Is that what? No disrespect to JaVale McGee, but are all the big men foreign or something like that?
Or maybe they're just out of favor with USA. I don't know. Or maybe they just don't want to do it.
Don't have one. Brooklyn don't have one. The Knicks don't have one. Sixers, he's not American. Toronto don't have one. Denver, not American. Minnesota. Cat, where's Cat at? Maybe he don't want to do it.
I don't know.
OKC, no. Portland, no.
I would think that has to be it.
Chicago, no. Cleveland.
I can't imagine. Yeah.
Jared Allen.
I can't imagine a situation where Karl Anthony Towns is. Yeah, let me go to a COVID ravaged country right now.
Right.
Oh, he's on the Dominican Republic national team.
Ooh.
Towns was named to the Dominican Republic national team as a 16-year-old. I'm not going to be able to leave this alone. Is Karl Anthony Towns on the Dominican national team or not?
I could believe that. Now that you mentioned that, I feel like I've heard something about that before.
He was named to the Dominican national team when he was 16-year-old. We were just going. We were just talking during the commercial break on the radio on the commercial break on Twitch and YouTube. We just keep talking. JaVale McGee is going to save America.
JaVale McGee.
He's going to help the United States national team, they've got all sorts of spots open, and JaVale McGee. Kevin Love is out. Kevin Love can't save America, so JaVale McGee is on his way. Now here's another article from this is from Undefeated, the Undefeated. Karl Anthony Towns. So he turned down USA basketball for the Dominican Republic. Okay.
The whole question.
We were just trying to figure out. Okay, so JaVale McGee was no knock on JaVale McGee. We were just like, that's the best option, huh?
And look, as we go through here, I think he is. Boston don't have one. Brooklyn don't have one. The Knicks don't have one. Philly, he's not American. Or, he played for
right.
Else. Yeah. Toronto don't have one. Denver, not American. I said Cat. I thought maybe he turned it down but he turned it down to play for another national team.
Yeah.
OKC don't have one. Portland, no. Utah, that's French. Chicago, no. Cleveland, Jared Allen, that's kind of crazy. Detroit, no. Indiana.
Not a bad look.
It's not a bad look, but that's Jared Allen is good, but that's the center we have here. That's the big man. Jared Allen, Miles Turner, Indiana.
David Robinson, Patrick Ewing rolling over in their grave. Shaq's like, I missed the dream team for this. I couldn't get on the dream team, and now we can't. Now we got JaVale McGee making the center spot.
Milwaukee don't have one. Golden State has Wiseman. Clippers don't have one. Lakers got AD, but he ain't going. Phoenix, we don't know if Aiden can play or not. I'm assuming I don't know. I don't know how that works. Kings got Rashawn Holmes. Atlanta, no. Charlotte, no. Miami, no. Well, Bam is there, but Orlando, no. Washington, no. Dallas, no. Houston, no.
We're really just going through all 30 teams.
Trying to find an American.
I thought you'd run out of gas somewhere. You still going strong.
I don't need to run out of gas when everybody's a no.
Yeah, I guess it's not that taxing to just go nope. So
JaVale McGee is probably one of the better options for an American.
I think he's fine. It's just, again, you're going from David Robinson and Patrick Ewing and Shaquille O'Neal missing the dream team because there's too many good centers to JaVale McGee. So fine player, not the same.
The other thing about this is, and you guys just help me out here. I know a lot. I don't know everything. Bryant West, and I believe him. He says Ayton, where we go? Ayton wouldn't go. He's from the Bahamas. Who do they have a Bohemian national team? I don't know. Who do they play for?
Yeah, I don't know, but Bryant West is one of the smartest people we've ever come across, so I'm sure he'll have the answer as he messaged us. He messaged us. Chunks over chips.
Definitely not that bright.
Not even a debate. He knows what's up. Chocolate chunks over chocolate chips every day, all
You
day.
guys are strange.
No, you're the strange one who doesn't want to bite into a cookie with a chocolate chunk in it. You're just hoping that you get one of those little chips.
First of all, it's gonna be a nice soft cookie. I don't need no hard Chips Ahoy ones that they make.
Nobody eats that. Nobody eats
Chips
that.
Ahoy. People be eating Chips Ahoy.
Well, that's
but
their problem.
They used to be good. Now they're
They
just
stick
like,
to your teeth.
Man, they're not good no more.
I haven't eaten those since I was like 10. I think I still have some in my teeth from when I was 10.
They don't
Dennis couldn't get them out.
More, man. They don't make them the same way.
Found cheaper ways to make them. You know how it is. Quentin Mayo, BetMGM, BetQL Network, and seems to be on top of this Dame Lillard story. He's going to join us. Still can't get a confirmation as to when this damn practice is. This is the most anticipated USA basketball practice since Monte Carlo back in 1992. Can we just can you just excuse Dame Lillard from practice so we could figure out what the hell is going on? Please.
Wow.
You wanted to throw. You had something on Space Jam before we talked to Quentin here.
No, I didn't really have none. I was just what I was.
You looked like you was about to drop some knowledge. I was ready for it.
No, I haven't seen it yet. Obviously, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna watch it tonight. But what that reminded me of was people down on Space Jam 2, like, oh, it's not gonna be one, or why do we have to make this? It reminds me, I thought Uncle Drew was gonna be stupid and terrible. Mm-hmm. Uncle Drew was actually pretty good. I enjoyed Uncle Drew. And I feel like maybe Space Jam 2, for those that aren't excited about it or down on it, maybe it might fall into that category.
I have not watched Uncle Drew in its entirety.
You're not missing anything. I wouldn't say you have to go watch it, but it's better. It's a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to carve out any time to watch it, but I very much do have a plan to watch Space Jam tonight. I'm watching Space Jam.
I got to find the new song. I forgot what it was. St. John and SZA. They're the.
Well, I know Dame's got a track on there too. I mean, the soundtrack dropped last week. I just haven't taken the time to listen to it.
Neither.
So Mac Irvin is the snack expert. He hosts a podcast over on the Be Heard podcast platform.
Shout out, Mac.
He said chips allow for better control over chocolate distribution. Mac, that's stupid.
No, he's on.
No, you know what chocolate distribution I want? When I bite into the cookie and there's just some gooey chocolate. That's what I want.
So all what I want. Gooey chocolate. That's all you want. Go get a Hershey's.
Because it's not the same. It's not the same.
Where did Patrick?
And I also can't cook a Hershey's. I can't have a freshly baked Hershey's.
You don't need
stupid. What do I want a hard piece of chocolate for?
Patrick Garvin, he co-signs. He said, well, I just had a cookie from Jersey Mike's. Kenny was right.
Jersey Mike's, you're welcome.
Jersey Mike.
Justine.
Talk to Justine or Regan.
Yep. Let's
Put
get the
that
job.
on the shirt.
We'll get you taken care of. Jersey Mike's, crispy chicken, and Chips Ahoy. We've got you.
I'm trying to think if I'll go there this weekend. Maybe not this weekend.
Call our man Kyle. Let him know you're coming.
The biscuits is what just takes it over the top. The chicken's
Call
good.
Kyle and make sure that the biscuits are there.
Yeah.
Okay.
My man Kyle. Gotta holler at my guy.
How long before other shows are debating chips versus chunks?
Oh, tweets coming.
For someone makes a video. I was thinking, as I get into this gooey chocolate chip cookie.
Tweets coming within the hour.
Follow us at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. Watch along with the show also at twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Outside the Dame Lillard stuff, there's another conversation I want to have. It's legit making me laugh. We wanted to take care of serious business first, and we'll dive into it after we talk to Quentin Mayo. Tom Brady allegedly played last season with a torn MCL. The narrative around this revelation this morning has been borderline comical, like Eddie Murphy delirious comical, and we'll explain that to you as we'll explain to you some observations that we made here earlier this morning when that story came out. But there's an internet buzz surrounding Dame Lillard as to whether or not it's not. Normally, this is the type of conversation you have when a player is asked for a trade. Right now, there's just stuff on the internet that either says he has and gives a short list of teams, or he's going to in the coming days. To this moment, though, at 1:27 p.m., nothing has said, no, there's nothing to these reports. Dame Lillard hasn't asked for a trade. What we do know is, according to Chris Haynes, Dame is going to address his future with the Portland Trail Blazers after USA Basketball. And Chauncey Billups, the new head coach for the Portland Trail Blazers, and Neil O'Shea, the general manager for the Portland Trail Blazers, they're both in Las Vegas right now, where Dame Lillard is for USA Basketball. They got to be there for a reason. This had to be planned. That's according to Frank Iasola, who tweeted that a little bit ago. That Portland brass is there. So I don't know how big the fire is, but there's some smoke here that's got the firefighters' attention. And I guess in this analogy, we're the firefighters, and we're just throwing gasoline on it rather than trying to put it out. We're the anti-firefighters.
Yeah, we're making that thing spread. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
That's exactly what we're doing. Man, I'm still thinking about Dame and him moving on and like what you talked about, partner, a couple of days ago, maybe a week or so ago, about him finding an out. He was looking for an out the entire time, and the Chauncey Billups backlash gave it to him. And now that he has that out, it's interesting because we talked about anybody would want Dame Lillard, but the places that he can go to actually better his situation with a chance to win an NBA championship, I don't know if they're realistically there. Or there is, but they're not as many as you would think. They're not 32, right? Or 30. You know what I mean? There's like a handful. So with that being said, now you're going to, if they're going to work amicably.
Got it.
They're going to work. You can't talk too fast with these things, man. But if they're going to work together, then, you've got maybe a handful of teams, maybe. And then shrink that down to like 2 or 3.
Yeah. I mean, when you start looking at assets for Portland and fit for Dame, this could, should it materialize, this could wind up being a really unique trade situation. It's this. Let's bring Quentin Mayo in here. Quentin Mayo, host of BetMGM over on the BetQL network. He's been on with us to talk about gambling, to talk about odds, talk about all that good stuff. But Quentin, You're all over this Dame Lillard story here this morning, man. What are you hearing? What's going on? This seems to have escalated pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is such a fast escalating situation, and once again, thank you guys for having me on. Dame's upset. I mean, this has been a little bit of process in the making. Just not being able to surrender with the talent that he needs. Ultimately, just hasn't really done his job. Neil Olsley hasn't been able to do a job of putting a good team for Dame, and he's been loyal to the soil. Like, he has songs about how loyal he is. He's showing it. Like, he just beats the pavement, goes to work, and even in the interview with Chris Haynes that came out today, he talked about, even when they lose big games, even if he has a great game, has a terrible game, he goes home and the first thing he does is look himself in the mirror and see how he can get better. But we all know this is a team sport, and not only is it a team sport on the floor, but it's a team sport upstairs in the front office, and you got to be able to be on the same page. And also with this coaching search, with them bringing in Chauncey and all the things that went around that. Once he found out the allegations about Chauncey Billups, he was no longer interested in having Chauncey there. And then also they leaked reports that they were surprised that Dame didn't like other candidates, like Jason Kidd and all this stuff, and kind of just tearing a rift between Dame and really kind of tarnishing the name of a guy who's been so loyal to his home, not his hometown, but his home floor, his home team, the team that selected him. So I've been told that he's ready to go. Chauncey and the guys are going to try to make a last-minute ditch effort to clear everything up today in Vegas. But as it stands right now, he would like to request a trade out, and we'll hear more from him today after Team USA's practice. But right now in Vegas, he's going to meet with the team this evening, and things will escalate from there, or de-escalate. That's also possible as well.
Right. Quentin, or Q, can I call you Q? Because
Hey,
I listen to the show all the time, and you're helping me out with these NFL futures and SEC quarterbacks and stuff. Not like my guy, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, you, when you give us a call, right? So, but what you had mentioned about his next destination in Philly and New York being at the head of that list. Do you think it's a situation where that's where he necessarily wants to go, combined with the fact that Portland doesn't have any interest in trading him to anywhere within the Western Conference? Or is it just free? Or do you think Portland might be in a situation to say, hey, we're going with the best deal possible, regardless of where you want to go, Dang, or regardless if it's the Warriors, in our conference? We're just going with the best deal possible. How does this thing play out between these two?
I think it's a weird hybrid of the two, because number one, Dame still doesn't want to leave on such a bad note. Like, he doesn't want to be the guy that forced his way out and was such a bad egg. He wants to be able to work with them, and he loves Portland. Like, if things went right, he wouldn't have any frustrations there. He'd be there for the rest of his life. That's the thing he's looking forward to doing. But the fact of the matter is, number one, he's kind of doing them a favor by saying, hey, I love the New York Knicks. First of all, big market team, and they're getting it the right way. Tibbs is a great coach with an excellent rapport around the NBA of being a great coach, but also a motivator of men and a good locker room presence. And Tibbs also, when you look at him, his personality, he is not into the front office jargon, the front office BS. He just loves basketball, and that's the identity that Damian Lillard is signed up for. And also, they're on up and up. They got some talented guys there. They go hard, and they have some pieces that could be intriguing that he could play beside, but also be used in a trade for him to be acquired by or traded from Portland to New York. And on the flip side, you look at Philadelphia, and you talk about winning now. You talk about being competitive. Both teams were competitive this year. It's a decent conference, but one is a little more than the other, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But that team with Joel Embiid, presumably Ben Simmons is probably the biggest name that you could get in a trade. Possibly one of the bigger names you can get in a trade for Damian Lillard, and he's obviously disgruntled, and both the organizations disgruntled with him as well. That's a huge chip right there. Him besides Joel Embiid, him and Embiid are good pals. That's a match made in heaven. Not even before these reports, were given to me, and the information that I've gotten, especially this morning, it's been like a freaking whirlwind of people that I know are like, hey, listen up. This might go down pretty much sooner rather than later. But if he pairs up with Joel Embiid, we look at Brooklyn, and that's the fourth record within the East. But the Eastern Conference now would probably they might have a slight favorite, being a slight favorite over a Brooklyn team with Harden, and KD, and Kyrie. because a big with the skill set of Joel and Dame and what he brings to his team and also the pieces that surround him. And we know Doc Rivers is the best coach, but he can get a little something out of some guys and he's likable. That's one thing that intrigues me too. So I do think that it's kind of him playing it smart in a way and listing the teams that probably could get the best value for Portland, but also the team that he looks to as opportunities for him to compete and really make a name for himself and not really do it the easy way. Like, all these super team things that come around. He doesn't want to go get it a cheap ring. He still wants to work and he still wants to, but he wants to have some accurate and capable talent around him that's going to help him. That's going to really help him propel him to the next level. And he's been playing this game for a longer time than people think. And it's time now to cash in on all those good seasons that you put in.
Yeah.
Quentin Mayo, BetMGM on the BetQL network. You mentioned that there's a chance that this all works out with the Portland Trailblazers brass in Las Vegas to meet with Dame Lillard today. What does your gut tell you is going to happen based on what you heard today?
My gut tells me that this thing is pretty much a done deal. Now, I can't really predict what they're going to talk to him about today in Vegas. I'm pretty sure they're going to get down their hands and knees and say, Dame, but what else can you do?
Understandable, yeah.
But my gut tells me, like, this is a guy who's unlike most stars. He's not a prima donna. He's not always in the news for trying to be out and rumor this, rumor that. He's stuck to his guns that he wants to be loyal to the soul. But if you take advantage of someone's loyalty, help them out on the floor, and then you start taking shots at their character off the floor, kind of similar to the Aaron Rodgers situation with the Packers in the NFL. You start to really not realize what you have at home, and you piss guys off to the point where they don't want to come back to you. So I was told this morning very early he wants out, period, and these are the teams that he's looking at with laser focus. And I dropped the report. Now it's the thing, but I can't underestimate Chauncey. I don't really know much about his ability. He's had a ringer of things to overcome in his first week and a half, it seems, at the helm in Portland. But I really, if I had a gun in my head and I had to make a choice, I think Dame is out of Portland.
Quinn, I think this might be putting the cart before the horse, but I'll ask it anyway. If Dame is gone, what's the approach for Portland, do you think? Is it like, all right, well, we'll try to get Ben Simmons back or something like that and contend with CJ and McCollum or CJ and Nurkic? Or are they just like, well, this is done. Let's blow it up. Let's get as many picks as possible. Kind of like the Houston Rockets route after they traded James Harden. What are they kind of looking at after a potential Dame Lillard trade?
Honestly, I would go ahead if it were me, and I mean I'm talking to you guys right now. I'm not the Portland Trailblazers. I would love to be in that situation someday, but I'm just not. But if it were me, when you lose a star like Dame, it's so easy to try to remain in that spot of being contenders and prove that we didn't need him and we can still be this and be that. But his hand is on everything in that organization, down to CJ McCollum and Nurkic. Like Nurkic even on Twitter today, just riding for him and saying, this report is a lie, and don't believe this and don't believe that. I mean, I understand that, but at the end of the day, like Dame has had such a huge impact on that organization that it might just be advantageous for you to rid yourselves of that stockpile on draft capital and hit a full rebuild on that thing and try to move forward to the long term of this team. Now, it could be hard also to do that because you're already trying to bring back, like from a dollars and cents standpoint, you're already trying to convince fans in Portland that we made the right coaching hire and that we are treating our guys with the best and we are giving them the best things to succeed. And you still want to sell tickets, especially next year. So to kind of be all out and just go into a full rebuild and anything like this would not really do your pockets any justice. But in the long run, with CJ and Nurkic and Ben Simmons really going to compete in the Western Conference? No, I don't think so. I think you should probably go ahead and see what you can get for all your best guys. Hit the full refresh on this with a new head coach. The expectation will be back on the floor, and you had a good run. You were one of those teams that was always close but not close enough. And you realized, through one vacuum or another, that you didn't have what it took, and it's time to go ahead and look towards the future. So I would lean towards the side of going ahead and stockpiling draft picks and really trying to rebuild around something different. I would really. I mean, honestly, I thought CJ might have been the trade chip this offseason if they could reconcile things with Dame and get you something for CJ, maybe like the CJ for Ben Simmons straight up thing. I don't think that would have worked, but that was floated out there, and just try to show him something different. But I think at this point, I think it's a little beyond repair.
Yeah.
Quentin, great stuff this morning, man. Keep it up. We've got our notifications set on Twitter. We're waiting for this damn practice to end and find out what's going to happen next with Dame Lillard.
Shout out to my man Q.
Hey, great work, man. We appreciate you, man. That's our man Quentin Mayo right there, host of the Bet MGM show over on the BetQL network. Quite a busy day for him, as we mentioned. He's been on top of this Dame Lillard story all morning long.
Yeah, man.
The guy to go to. I mean, Quentin's our guy. Great stuff there from him.
Yeah.
We got to keep our eye on Chris Haynes though, because he's been on top of everything, related to Dame Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers. Obviously, those two have a great relationship. They've been friends for years. So that's the account you're watching for is the Chris Haynes count. Whatever happens, I don't think it's coming from Woj or Shams. And if it is, that means it probably came from the organization, especially if it came from Woj. That probably means it came directly from the Portland Trailblazers front office. But anything else, I would keep your eye on Chris Haynes to see what he has out there next.
And I would believe that we have some sort of final verdict. Well, yeah. I was going to say that, but you're not going to have the. You
didn't want to spit the Invisalign out. It's fine.
Well, no, you're not going to have the finality of it because there's still a deal need to be made. But you're going to have a little more clarity, I guess.
There you go.
Today, because
sounds like it.
Simply because I don't think Dame is going to leave the country and be like, I don't know. We're still trying to figure this thing out. Like,
we'll talk to you after free agency starts and after the draft in August. Right. Yeah.
I think today, at some point, hopefully before 4:00,
that'd be great.
We have Dame either saying, I want to be out of here, or I'm staying, I'm committed for the long haul.
No reason for Dame Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers to conspire against us.
No.
Other teams in the league, maybe. Not Portland, not Dame. Definitely not.
So yeah, man, I think we'll have the clarity, and I think that clarity is going to be that he wants to move on.
We'll see. We'll keep our eyes out. Again, we've got our notifications turned on as soon as anything happens. Of course, assuming that it happens, I can't even get a knock on when practice is. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like, does practice not even start till 4? Like, when does practice actually start for these guys? So
that's what I said. I told you we should have been. What they got going on? Practice should be at like 10.
Hell, Pop should have said, Dame, you're excused. Like, God, go freaking take care of this. Step out. We'll come back. Tom Brady in the national media. It's a fun follow if you know what you're looking at. We've got that coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Use the bathroom early, man.
Yeah, oh, wow. Early break. Okay. 13th round coming up at 2:13. Stay locked in. All right. Oh, man. Still didn't fix my computer. Where are we at? 51% with over 51% of the show left. So I guess we'll just cross our fingers and see what happens. It's weird. It's like, I think I can't imagine I need a new computer, but something like it was charging. Everything was fine. The show started about 10 minutes into the show. I got that stupid little symbol back. So I think it has something to do with the amount of power that I'm using, but I honestly believe that's dumb too. So I don't know. What y'all chatting about in here? We still talking about dude, for real. I very much need an IT. Oh, okay. No. What did Mark Stein say? Okay. There you have it. Well, I don't know if you have that, but all right. There's something. There's something. Oh, there it is right there. Moses Moody. Yeah, I see Ham tweeting that right now. All right. Moses Moody getting that workout in. We wrote on Twitter, which Kings player do you miss watching play the most? Someone wrote Bagley. Oh, that's not nice. No, that's true. Oh, Richard Sherman. Jeez, buddy. All right, so we got the notifications on. Let's see what happens here. Greg Ostertag. Come on, Dame. Say some more. Say some more, Dame. Oh, King Voss, I got you, bro. I got several bottles. Why can you only see one? Why is the other one out of view? Oh, that's Ken. Dumbass. I'm looking at Kenny's like, how come you can only see one? You can still. Oh, there's the other one. Boom. Now you can see them both. Pop, pop. I tried to put 2 of everything up. It's a damn shame because I really want to drink another bottle of blue. Because I ain't got it like Kenny. Like Kenny gives blue out to his friends, but I ain't got it like that. So I can't give blue out to people like I covet it like it's gold. Kenny handed it out like it's a Hershey's Kiss. Not all of us got it like that, though. Just KC. Sometimes I dream.
What? What I got, man? I ain't got
What
nothing,
happened?
man. I'm just chilling, man.
No, I just mentioned that me and you were just not the same. You're on a different level. Like you're giving out McQueen and the Violet Fog gin to your friends, or you're giving out Luke Belair Blue to your friends. Meanwhile, I'm holding on to these 2 bottles like they're a life raft, and I just got thrown off the Titanic.
I ain't had blue since the first time I got it.
It's facts. Woo! E40 Fonzarelli. Yeah, I like that. That's a good pull right there, Jesse. Good call. Mark Stein just tweeted.
Uh-oh.
USA basketball practice is over.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's not what he tweeted. Dame Lillard says after USA basketball practice that reports he plans to soon request a trade are, quote, not true. Now the chat's already speculating. Of course it's untrue.
You already did it.
Because you already requested a trade. Now I would hope, and I don't have a notification for this, I would hope one of the fine reporters there in the pool would follow it up with, great, have you already requested a trade?
Look, man, it's
would be
my Twitter.
follow-up. Okay. Calm down, Earl. Calm down, Earl. Just relax. Facts. Facts. Short Twitter facts. Big facts. So practice is over. Dame's talking to somebody. As soon as I don't know that that's the most prevalent information that we got there. But I'm going to need the administrators in the YouTube chat to get to work over there.
Yeah.
As we continue to watch. I'm just glued to Mark Stein's account. Like, who else we got? I think we got another one. Here's Chris Haynes. Dame Lillard says he woke up to reports of him on the verge of requesting a trade is not true, and says, secondly, I haven't made any firm decision on what my future will be.
Oh, my gosh. These people this summer,
that's not dude. He don't want to be in Portland. Come on, man.
Like
you don't want to be in Portland. Just say it. Maybe and maybe
this guy really is going to leave the country and leave all this just hanging here.
No, he's going to get to Tokyo and be like, okay, I've made up my mind. Get me out of there. I gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Wow.
So we know that Dame is meeting with Portland brass today, or at least the Portland brass is there to meet with Dame.
Mhm.
So again, maybe the finality that we thought, maybe the clarity, that we thought we'd see, maybe we won't. Maybe that ain't happening.
I'm disappointed. I thought for once one of these guys here this summer would actually just say, hey, this is what it is. This is the move I want to make. This is what I want to do. And Dave I haven't made any firm decisions on my future yet. You haven't played a game in months. What's going on here? What are we doing? Chauncey Billups was hired like a month ago.
Did you just start thinking about it when you saw the tweet this morning about you requesting a trade?
Seriously.
Did you see the report and think, you know what, maybe I should think about this? I like Dame a lot. Dame's just one of the best.
I love Dame.
He's lying. That's my honest to God opinion. I haven't made any firm decisions on what my future will be. Okay, maybe it hasn't been a firm decision, but I think you're leaning in a direction, because if you weren't, like, to me, you're already in the place of where this isn't going to go well, right? Because if you're already at the point where, well, I haven't made any firm decisions on what my future will be. Fam, you got a 5-year contract that you're just about to start.
Come on, man.
You're just about to start this 5-year contract, and you're still worried about, you're still thinking about like firm decisions on your future. No, I thought if you were comfortable in Portland, your future was decided when you signed the 5-year contract.
Right.
People who are happy where they are, people who are comfortable where they are, people who believe that they're going to be in this particular place for a long time, they don't talk like that. Like, because now what are you going to do if you're Portland? Like, he's clearly already at best, he's unsure.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna, like? So what if you're Portland? Like, oh, give us a year to win you over. So next year, when we lose in the second round of the playoffs, it'll be better.
The crazy thing about it is, I already know what the strategy is. The strategy is sign the contract, get the money. You can always ask for a trade whenever. Just sign on the dotted line. And I like Dame. I'm not like turning on him or anything like that. It's just that's the move. Just sign the contract, and then you can ask for a trade or do whatever you want after that.
What's the and what's the conversation today? Like with Dame and his in the Blazers, what's the conversation?
It's got to be, well, Dame, do you want to be here? Like that's the main one. That's where we starting. Dame, do you want to be here? Yes, no. Yes, I want to be here, but I don't like the way these things are going. All right, let's see if we can work through that. Let's see if we can fix that. What are your concerns? Once again, it's like you said, he's lying, because there's no way today was the first day you had these feelings, this conversation was had, anything like that. Like who is it, Neil O'Shea or something like that? Is that him? I'm talking to Dame at least after all that stuff, after Chauncey was hired, where he had to go on Twitter and say, hey, I was 7 years old. I didn't know nothing about. I would have talked, Dame, how you feeling? You good? What's going on? Didn't they have a report there where he was like, he's always been loyal, but now after seeing the way the fans are, it's making him rethink some things. I would have talked to him then. Hey, let's put it on the table. Is everything good? Do you have an issue with me? Front up, like, what's going on? How do we get to the point where on July 16th, they got an emergency fly out to Vegas and say, oh, what's going on here? What can we do to help this situation? Nah, man. It's a done deal. It's already done. Dame needs to just go ahead and make it official. Ask for the trade. Maybe he did with them, and maybe just hasn't done it publicly. But yeah, that's what needs to happen.
It feels like we've already hit the point of no return.
Yeah.
You can't drop I haven't made any firm decision. That's it. What are you going to do if you're Portland? Find yourself back in the same exact position next year? Next offseason? Hell, are you going to shoot, we talked about James Harden earlier. Are we winding up in a position where it's 2 weeks into the season, 3 weeks into the season?
It's not going to, yeah. And these are the same things that I said with James Harden. It's not going to work. It's done. It's not going to happen. And in that respect, Houston was trying to hold on for dear life, but it's not going to happen. This thing is done.
And in the situations, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know. Again, we thought there might be some clarity today. Maybe there won't be. Maybe there won't be any clarity.
Whack, man. That was whack. Dave, oh man, that was whack. I'm like, we finally gonna get somebody. If anybody was gonna just say it with his chest, I felt it would be Dame Lillard. And he didn't do it today. Maybe he will another time, but damn.
Yeah. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can watch on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, do all of that great stuff right there. You can take part in the conversation as well. 916-349-1320. We're also on social media at D-Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. Come hang out with us on this Friday. Ain't gonna ruin my fun. I'm waiting for more. Now, okay, practice is over. Fine. When's the meeting?
Did they have the meeting before the chat or before the little reports came out, or is it still to come?
Which is it?
How you gonna leave the country and have this hanging over everybody's
Maybe
head?
he does. Maybe that's what he does. I don't know. We got to get something though. We got to get something because this isn't good enough. I need more. I need a Kyrie drop, man. Let's go.
Now Kyrie said it with his chest.
And you know what? I'll give him that. I'll give him that. He walked right out there and says, Kyrie Irving is requested a trade from Cleveland. Minding your own business. Ain't nobody bothering anybody. And all of a sudden, this Kyrie tweet comes across the timeline. All right, I'll take that. Now we got all over the place Dame Lillard. Let's see what happens. I don't want to get at Dame for not going in front of the media. He wants to be traded. He needs to talk to Portland first.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's talk to Portland first.
I want to be clear because that's my guy. Dame is as thorough as it comes. I'm just selfishly wishing that he would have made a proclamation today. I guess that's all that is.
It's okay to be selfish.
As thorough as they come out here.
It is absolutely okay to be selfish because that's what we're doing. Ain't nothing wrong with that one bit. Let's talk about some other things, particularly Tom Brady. So there's a new report today that Tom Brady played most of last season with a torn MCL. Now that's a big story, and I'm not gonna diminish it. And let's point out, we've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in about 12 minutes. Just wanted to point that out. Listening to football players, they're like, yeah, no, it's tough, it's painful, but yeah. Again, not my words. I ain't had a torn MCL.
Yeah.
These are other football players. It's not that bad. I mean, you got to deal with it. It's no fun. It's not that bad. Those are the football players who are saying it. This is Sacramento Kings insider Bart Scott. This is Jeff Saturday, I think this morning was talking about it. A number of other guys were talking about it. A number of other former players were talking about it. Now, Greeny, first take, Sports Center. Oh my God, Tom Brady. Are you kidding me? Tom Brady, this guy won the Super Bowl last year on a torn MCL. Is there anything this man can't do? He's 40 years old. He goes out there and he wins a Super Bowl, and we find out he does it on one leg. The man does it on one leg. Oh, hosts want this to be the biggest deal in the world. Meanwhile, the players are like, yeah, this probably happens a lot more than you think. MCL, it's damaged. Like it's not going to pretend like it's nothing.
A part of your body is torn. Like
it's
that.
Not the ACL. It's not the same. It's not essentially like paralyzing to your lower body or anything like that.
Right.
Oh, but they want it to be. Like they want it to be a massive deal. Like, didn't we just watch Joel Embiid play on a partially torn MCL? Isn't that what that was?
I think so. Was that a partially torn MCL?
That's what I think that it was.
I think so. Yeah.
But still, I didn't hear them talking about that. Like, but Tom Brady won the Super Bowl on one leg on a torn. What a warrior. What a guy. Oh man, he just continues to amaze us all. Meanwhile, all the NFL guys are like, okay, not much, but it's cool. And I feel like what's happening is we're trying to make this a big part of the story when it's not. Like it's not a part of the story. Tom Brady's torn MCL is not a part of the story from last year. The story's been told. It's a good story.
Right.
But the story's already been told. But now we want to make it bigger. We want to make it grander.
And look, I don't want to completely diminish it like you said, because like I said, he's got a ligament that's torn. I mean, that's worse than it not being torn, right? Like something's going on.
Yeah.
But guys that have played the game, if they're telling you to pump the brakes, if they're telling you like these things happen normal on the regular in these locker rooms and during the whole season, that's when I would be like, all right, let me relax just a little bit. If they're telling me that they've seen it before and you can play with it and they had discomfort, a little pain or whatever the case may be, but it's not uncommon, then I'm just gonna calm down on my greeniness and be like, oh boy, he's ready.
I think that's your Ric Flairness too. Like it's a combination of Greeny and Ric Flair.
Turned into Ric Flair there.
I like it.
Ric Flair. But yeah, man, they just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little off. They really want Tom Brady to be the greatest thing that sports has ever seen.
They want him to be like some sort of superhero. Like he's a great quarterback already. Just let him be a great quarterback. We don't have to add stuff to his legend. And I don't know. I haven't torn I haven't had a partially torn MCL, nothing like that. I don't know what it's like to walk around on it, much less play football on it. But the story is good enough. We've already got a great story with Tom Brady. We don't need to add more to it, but that's what we do with sports is we take stories, good stories, and we try to make them bigger.
Right.
We try to make them grander. It's like, and then they get lost. Like, cause then you know what's going to happen. Tom Brady's Hall of Fame induction, when Tom Brady goes into the Hall of Fame, he leaves the greatest coach of our generation. He goes to Tampa, tears his MCL, tells no one even knows. And he goes out there and leads his team to a Super Bowl victory. and so the story will get magnified. It's going to become over. There are so many moments in sports that I think the way the story is told, like it becomes overrated.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that comes to mind now, admittedly, I have changed my position on this just a bit.
Okay.
Since our recent revelations on Babe Ruth. Our recent revelations from Babe Ruth have changed my mind on this just a little bit, but that stupid 32 World Series thing where they say he called his shot is so fake. He doesn't call his shot. It's been dramatized in so many movies as if he stood at the plate and pointed out to the bleachers. And when they show still pictures, they show him pointing to the bleachers. Man, that's not what he's doing. When you see that grainy ass video, you see him. He's like yelling at the pitcher or something, and he's like pointing at the pitcher. Like you see it clearly. And then he hits the home run. He starts trotting. And I love that Babe Ruth threw everybody off the scent of his, real background by running in that really weird way. And he starts pointing again at the pitcher, like he's yelling at him. And then he keeps running and then he hits a home run and that's it. That's the most overrated play in sports. One of the most overrated play in sports.
I'll say this.
Because it's fictitious and it didn't happen.
Well, after our revelation.
Yep.
I don't know about you, Damien. I don't know about anybody else out there. I'm not trying to put everybody in the box, but that's definitely something me and my friends would do if we playing. I'm like, I'm gonna hit it right over there. I'm gonna hit it right over there. Do something about it.
Now,
so I think it's real now.
That's now that gives a little bit more credence. Again, it's only our recent revelations on Babe Ruth that have altered my thinking on this just a little bit. And you may have even convinced me like to alter it even more. But when you see that stupid video that they released, I don't know, it was like 10 years ago or whatever it was, he's not like, it's not the major league. He's pointing to the outfielder. What's the other one? Was it Bull Durham? It's not that. He's like doing this. He's looking at the pitcher like, I'm gonna bust your ass. I'm gonna bust your. That's what it looks like he's doing.
And our recent about it as he goes around.
Our recent revelations lead us to believe that's probably very, very accurate as well.
I like that. Now let me check something out real quick. The
Natural. Sorry, I didn't know which one of them baseball movies it was. It was The Natural.
Let me check something out here. Jesse, do you know what we're talking about?
The Babe Ruth thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that story. I was a little kid, all that. But yeah,
okay.
It's all just a big lie. I've learned as I got older. All these stories are all lies. Okay, Willis Reed, Kurt Gibson, all of them lies.
Wait, lies about
wait
what?
A minute. What's what's the Kurt Gibson lie?
People act like Kurt Gibson did that like late in the series and stuff. He did that in game 1. Those is only at bat. Like, cool, you get a home run on a bum ankle.
Well,
it changed the whole series.
No, it didn't because they won in 5. The A's were losing that series anyways. Willis Reed only had like 2 points in 10 minutes.
They had 4 points. It lifted the team and the Garden.
All I'm saying is every story since I've gotten older, like there's little lies to it. Like, yeah, it happens stuff. They're great sports moments, but yeah, there's a little bit added on every time.
Should we talk about the other lie that Damien talked about earlier then?
Don't you dare.
Oh, okay. Hey, you mention it, I'll mention it. I don't know what it was, but it was overrated. The stupid bloody sock. The bloody sock is such a stupid thing.
The bloody sock wasn't overrated.
Yes, it was. Yes, it is.
And I don't even
overrated
like the guy.
And it's
I don't like
overrated.
the guy, obviously, and I don't like the team. But come on. Bloody sock's pretty cool. They come back from 3-0.
Because David,
3-0. You know what I realized yesterday?
David Ortiz hitting like go-ahead home runs every game. That's that. Give me that.
You know what I realized yesterday, Damien? After you tried to hate on Giannis and his great block. You don't like anything.
Everybody who listens knows that's a fat lie.
You don't like anything. What was the other thing we were talking about earlier? You said that was just a trash. Carlton Fisk.
Carlton Fisk stay fair home run is trash.
Why?
Because they lost the series.
Who cares? It was a great moment. It was a great moment in Major League Baseball history.
They show him jumping up and down. Stay fair. Stay fair. You would have thought that moment meant something. It meant nothing.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you remember about the Reds winning the World Series? Not a damn thing. We don't have no video. We don't have no highlights. So if we just go on by who wins, half the time we ain't gonna have no highlights.
You really asked me what I remembered like 4 years before I was born?
Not live.
Oh. But you see that highlight.
The championship, then we'd have zero
Fisk.
highlights.
What was it? Game 6? What game was that? Carlton
Game
Fisk,
6, 1975 World Series. Game 7.
He wills the ball to stay fair, and the Reds win in 7. How come nobody throws that part in?
Because that didn't happen that game. We talking about game 6. We ain't even talking about the whole series. We talking about that game.
How do moments that ultimately mean nothing to the outcome of the series live forever? I don't understand it.
Because they're great moments.
If Magic's baby hook had resulted in a game 7 loss, would we be talking about why would we ever bring up Magic's baby hook?
That wasn't even a series clincher.
No, it was just a win in the Garden.
Yeah,
but who won the series?
Who won?
But who won the series?
The Lakers.
So the play can live forever. If the Red Sox had won that series, the stay fair home run could live forever. If the A's had beaten the Dodgers, don't show that stupid Kirk Gibson highlight. But the Dodgers beat the A's, so air it all you want. Shoot, it could be walk off game 7. It doesn't matter.
It was a great moment.
I see that damn Kirk Gibson home run more than I see Joe Carter's home run, who actually won a World Series for his team.
It was a great moment as well. It was a great moment.
Oh, we got to do the cash.
Here comes the
contest.
money.
Here we go. Money talk.
That's your second to last opportunity to win $1,000 right here. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000. All you got to do is text the word VIVID to 72881. That's VIVID. As in, I have a vivid memory of some of these sports memories being trash.
Stop it.
Text VIVID to 72881. This is a multi-state contest message and data rates apply. Remember, don't text and drive.
So, are you familiar with the Mr. November, the 2 walk-off homers in Yankee Stadium in 2001?
Mm-hmm. First World Series ever in November.
It was a great
I remember
moment.
the big moment. The clock just struck midnight. It's November here in the World Series.
It's a great moment. They lost the series. It was a great moment.
Well, sure, but the World Series, the World Series being played in November is 2 teams. It's not a Yankees moment. That's a baseball moment.
Young Kim gave up a game-tying home run to Scott Brosius 2 days before that, or in the same game, actually. It was Tino in game 4, and it was Scott Brosius in game 5.
So
it was an all-time great moment. It's part of the story. Damian, when you read a book, do you just go straight to the back of the book? Are you the reverse of LeBron?
Just read the last page. If LeBron really know what he was doing, he would just have like 10 pages left in the book.
No, you read the whole story. It's part of the story.
Okay.
That's what these moments are.
All right. Can you tell Jazz to quiet down there? We're trying to do a radio show here. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. I've got more overrated moments for Kenny. One that's probably going to piss him off, but I think we've got the 13th round coming up here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Much more ahead here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ding, ding.
Hey,
ding.
real quick, guys, I was acting as quick as I could on some of those messages, so thanks for hanging through that. But I was trying to be rapid with it. But 13th round, here we go. Ding, ding.
Let's go. Lions only weekend. You already know what it is, baby. Lions only weekend. And Dave, I know we were talking about Taylor versus Tank and all that other. We gonna get to that, but I need to give my man Jermell Charlo the respect he deserves. Because if y'all don't know, he is going for history this weekend. History. All right. Something that's never been done. Undisputed in the 154-pound division. Never had an undisputed champion. He's going for it, going up against Brian Castano. I know Castano, he can fight. Yeah, that boy can fight. He going to bring the fight. He going to bring the hard hits. If Charlo ain't ready, it could be an upset in the making. But my man Mel Charlo always ready. We ain't got to worry about that. Mel's gonna be ready. It's Lions only, and he's gonna make history as the first and the only undisputed champion in the history of the 154-pound division. This is what it is. Lions only. You all know what it is. We got my man Cole. He know what it is. Charlo out here. Hey, if you ain't a lion, you can't get with it. Jesse, are you a lion?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really kept up with the Charlos too much, but I've been following since you've been talking about them. So I'll be checking in this Saturday.
Check that out. Look, the Charlos, they're funny because they're so intense, especially Mel. Mel's like super intense, where he just gets agitated real quick. Just at the drop of a dime, he gets agitated and just snaps on people. That's why I love these dudes, man. It's must see TV. And they can fight. Mel, I'm trying to think, man. Where do I want to see Mel go after this? I wouldn't mind seeing the Tony Harrison trilogy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's going to give it to Tony Harrison, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Tony Harrison trilogy. And both of them, I think Maul, he wants Triple G. You know, I'd love to see that. Obviously, I'd love to see either one of them against Canelo. But first things first, got to take care of business on Saturday against Castano, who's, like I said, Castano's coming to bang. Mel better have that chin strap on because Castano is coming to bang. But if he want to bang, I think Mel got that power for him too. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. We got Rolly. He's fighting on that undercard. I'd love to see a Rolly Romero versus Tank Davis fight. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that because the build up to that will be serious. I think they got real heat. I think Tank. I used to like Rolly. Right, I saw him fight. In a really primetime spot. He didn't impress me as much as he used to when he was like on Showbox and all that other stuff. I'd like to see Tank go at him, and Tank will beat the hell out of Rolly. I just want to say that right now. He'll beat the hell out of that boy. I want to see it happen though. Tank versus Rolly needs to happen probably sometime in maybe in October. Make it happen or whatever. But it's Lions only this weekend. Do your thing, Mel. Let's go. And that was the 13th round. For it was a magical moment, man. Some of this stuff
Definitely
had to be there. It had to be there.
Moment.
I'm trying to think of what other moments are like that. Maybe that's what these things are. Looking back at it.
Download the new Odyssey app right now. Odyssey exclusive radio stations for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. Check out Guitars in Glitter. Takes you back to 80s rock. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. We'll be hanging out with you here till 4 o'clock. If you want to be a part of the show, 916-349-1320. That's certainly one way to do it. You could jump in on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. Let's bring in Sam here. Sam, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Sam?
Oh, not much. Man, I got beef with Damien.
Uh-oh.
Get him, Sam. Get him.
Before I get to that, real quick on this, the Tom Brady thing, was that the Giselle Bundchen injury report, or
She spills all the beans all the time.
Well, she could have been the one providing the injury report for the Patriots all those years. So.
May have been.
Damon, my God, dude. After the show, come hang out with me on my front porch in the rocking chair, and I'll teach you how to use a flip phone. And after we get done with that, I'll take you down to the store and I'll dump my little rubber coin purse out on the counter and count out all the coins and teach you all this stuff. Man, some of these moments in history, it's actually pretty funny stuff, man. I've been busting your chops here. But by the way, since we are coming clean on history as a Niner fan, now I feel like I got to set the record straight on the catch.
Oh, okay.
It actually wasn't a catch. It was a shuttle pass, and the crowd didn't go crazy. It was more like a golf clap. So, you know.
Now, look, to Damien's point, Sam, you know this. I forgot the names of everybody involved. It was like Drew Pearson almost broke away for a game-winning touchdown for the Cowboys, like on the following possession. If that happens, obviously, we're not talking about the catch as being the catch.
That is correct. And to be honest with you, I'm just giving you a hard time here because the truth is that the Babe Ruth thing, that happened in 32, and there was a lot of people in 33 that did it. That was the big So, hey, I guess it's part of the folklore, as they
Sure.
say. You know, it's revisionist history. It's almost like Kenny's revisionist epiphany.
Yes, the revisionist epiphany, definitely. That's great stuff, Sam. Always great to hear from you, man. Thank you for that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't care what you or Sam were saying, or them people in 1933. Babe, now that I know my boy Babe, he was out there pointing. He was saying, your little weak pitch, I'm about to send it right over there. Right over there. You see that boy over there? You see right over there, my guy? I'm about to send it right to him.
Because that's the only place they're allowed to sit is back there. Those are my people. Those are my people out there. That's who he was pointing at. He was pointing at his people. Y'all need to do some research on Babe Ruth. Get on board with us. When you're talking about Drew Pearson, hearing you and Sam talk about Drew Pearson, it reminds me Julio Jones made a ridiculous catch.
Yeah.
In the Patriots Super Bowl, in the 28-3 Super Bowl. That no one cares about. It doesn't matter.
No one cares about, but when you brought it up, what did I say? Yeah. If it's brought up, everybody knows what the Julio catch was.
Okay, just quick impromptu here on YouTube, Twitch. If you're watching, just yes or no. Do you remember the Julio Jones catch in the Super Bowl?
Everybody knows. One of the greatest catches we've ever seen.
Don't.
Is that leading the
objection, Your Honor? Leading the witness. Yeah, just yes or no. You remember the Julio Jones catch, or you don't? Just throwing it out there.
Say? Oh, that reminds me. Did you ever catch like that? What's the flying coach? That's the podcast that Kyle Shanahan was on, and he was talking about.
Yeah.
So I saw another clip from that, and he was talking about that whole thing. You guys are full of it.
What?
You guys are full. Fam, come on.
I'm showing messages here from Twitch and YouTube. I asked the question, do you remember the Julio Jones catch from the 28-3 Super Bowl? Nope. What catch? Nah. No. Julio made a catch? Nope. No, because they didn't win. Here, Romanowski 316 says, "Oh hell yeah."
Romanowski, I never feel comfortable putting his comments on the.
I know. That's okay. Mac Irvin.
Anybody with a pulse remembers it. These guys obviously didn't have a pulse.
Nopers, as Frankly Foyd says.
How can you not remember that catch? But he
doesn't
talked about
replayed 47 times. Tom Brady's heroics on a with a broken freaking neck. In a broken back spinal in the Super Bowl. Those stories haven't come out. Those stories are going to come out in about 5 years.
Jason says, sorry, Kenny, but no, full disclosure, I was fairly inebriated at that time. So
thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Well, William S says, honestly, no, and I'm embarrassed to say that right now.
You no need to be embarrassed.
No. There's all need to be embarrassed.
Well, no reason to be embarrassed. No one remembers because you only remember that Atlanta was up 28-3. And Atlanta lost. That's all anyone remembers. People were firing off their jokes. What are we going to do for the second half now that the game's over? What are we going to do? Halftime's going to be the highlight of the game. Blah, 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 blah. Everyone was firing off their jokes. All everybody remembers is the Falcons didn't run the ball and the Patriots won the game. No one remembers anything else.
And about that, though. So Kyle Shanahan was breaking down that entire sequence. And he made a ton of sense. And it was crazy. And he's like, it's a 3-minute spot. I won't play it for you. Maybe I'll play it on the other side because he's only speaking for like a minute. But he just talks about how, people are like, oh, we didn't run the ball. We didn't run the ball. He's like, well, technically we ran the ball more in the second half than we did in the first half. That's technically. And then on that last drive, after Julio made the catch, he was like, well, I can't just give the ball back to Tom Brady. He was just shredding us on the other end. And he's like, after seeing that catch that Julio made, I'm giving the ball to Julio Jones. Like, I'm giving him the ball. Think about it at that time. He said they ran the ball, they got stuffed. They ran another time, they got stuffed or whatever. You remember in that moment, Julio Jones seemed like he could catch anything in the world at that time. And I think he talked about how he called a play and for Julio caught it. They got a first down. It was called back because of holding. Took him out of field goal range. They got a sack or something like that. And then to get back into field goal range, he called another pass play for Mohamed Sanu, a 5-yard out or something like that. They got 12. That got called back because of holding. And that's what it was. And he oh no, what happened with the Julio play? He didn't complete it. They took it away. And I think they might have took a sack or something like that. And he said, in essence, that's the play that I wish I had back. The Julio play where I was going for it, that's the one I did wrong. Everything else I did right, but I can tell you the Julio play, that's the one I didn't do right. And out of all this, oh, you didn't run in the second half and on the last drive, he's like, no, I'm not hearing all that. There was one play that I did wrong there. But nobody wants to hear all that.
No, because we like stories. That's how all of this stuff gets exaggerated. We like to remember things the way that we want to. We like to dumb things down. Jordan 63 in the Boston Garden when they beat the Boston Celtics.
It was a great performance. Yeah, it was a great performance. 63 in the Garden. Nobody was doing that at the time.
Right. But they lost the game and the series.
It was a great moment. It was a great moment.
It was a cool moment for sure. It's definitely a cool moment.
So,
just
how do you feel about
folklore?
How do you feel about the Niners catches? You got the catch with Dwight Clark. How you feel about that?
I don't really have a problem with that. That kind of launched the dynasty, didn't it?
Okay.
Of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, yeah, I'm going to take some heat. The catch is kind of over. Like it was a fine catch. It's not like it was anything crazy.
Damien don't like nothing.
No, it was a fine catch.
Nothing.
I'm giving the catch gets props. Like it launched the 49ers dynasty. It was a big deal. You won the game. Most importantly, sure it gets credit. I love Sam's reference of a polite golf clap though. That makes me laugh.
So what I'm getting at here is the catch too. That's not a great moment.
That's T.O.
Mm-hmm. You remember that?
Yeah, he cried. I remember because he cried.
Yeah, like
sobbed.
Yeah,
crazy sobbed.
Yeah,
that's what I remember.
Okay, Vernon Davis, the
and
catch
who
3. Vernon
that?
Poise.
How many catches y'all got?
Yeah, 3 basically.
You had one.
Vernon Davis, the catch, the catch against the Saints.
That's not a catch. That's not the catch.
It's called the Vernon Poise. How do you feel about that play?
I don't.
Anyway,
I don't.
The Terrell Owens catch, they lost the next week, so we should just erase that from history of being great, right?
If you want to.
No, you want to. Nobody else does. You want to.
I didn't. You brought it up. I didn't say anything about erasing T.O.'s catch.
You said if they not winning the championship, it don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
No, it's not fair. It's terrible. It's terrible.
He caught the ball, got hit, cried. Pretty memorable. Why did we dub that the catch?
Because it was the catch. They won the game. They beat the Packers in the playoffs.
So we just willy-nilly throw around the catch?
No, because not everybody has the catch. Oh. We got 2 of them. Actually, 3.
You just named 3 of them.
Well, they call that Vernon Post because that was the name of the play.
Okay.
Dame Lillard on Paul George. Trash.
Dame Lillard. No, that was a great play.
They didn't win a championship.
No, it was a great. It doesn't mean it's a highlight though. That's
Why
not.
are we playing it? They didn't win the championship.
It's a highlight. That's all it is. It's a highlight. There's nothing wrong with highlights. There are great highlights. The catch 2 is a great highlight. It's fine. It's not the catch 2 and Dame Lillard's shot isn't held in the same category as the stay fair home run
Why not?
or Jordan 63.
It absolutely is.
Well, we won't know, at least for Dames, until probably 4 or 5, 6 years from now.
We talked about that earlier in the playoffs. That was one of the great shots of all time.
The play, what was it? Took like 2 years ago. Like it is. It's a great play, and that's what we talk about. We talk about it in context of the playoffs. We talk about it in context of moments. We don't call that. Is Dame Lillard's shot over Paul George one of the greatest sports plays of all time?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, you've got to be kidding me.
It's not?
No. It's a game. It's a series-winning shot. It's awesome. It's a series-winning shot. If that was a game 6 and Oklahoma City had won game 7, would anybody care?
Yes.
It was a no. Oh my God.
Absolutely, they would care. What
is it for?
Do we care about what's the one we always see? And you talk about we see this all the time. Reggie Miller in 98 against the Bulls, pushes off Jordan, hits the 3, does his little pirouettes afterwards. We see that all the time, right?
See that all the time. Like in
they lost
what?
7. What do you mean in what?
What?
Great playoff shots. We see it all the time.
It's a great Kenny, it's a great playoff shot. It's not one of the great moments in sports history. No one goes, remember the time Reggie Miller hit a shot over Jordan and pirouetted down the court? Nobody says that.
I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know what people you talk to about sports, because we see this stuff all the time.
I'm not saying you don't see it. I'm saying no one talks about that as the greatest sports moment or one of the greatest sports moments of all time.
Spike Lee, is that one of the great moments?
Sure.
They lost the series.
Okay. So with the Reggie Miller play, all right, I'm a resident young person on the show. I didn't know about that play until they showed it on The Last Dance. I've never seen it till then. I don't think that one is like all time.
It's not even close. The Spike Lee one.
Spike Lee, they lost the series.
The Spike Lee gets more. 7. Yeah, that's why it's not one of the great sports moments of all time.
One of the great
no, it's
moments.
not. It's.
I knew about the choke from the 30 for 30.
There you go.
So I mean, yeah.
What was that 30 for 30 called?
Anybody? Oh man, what was it called?
I felt like it had a clever name.
Too. Yeah, it was. It
was really good. Yeah, it was really good. 9. Was it called 9 seconds?
No, it's
no. Okay, I don't know. Okay, thanks, Jesse. We should change the subject before we end it. You know what else is overrated? Pretty much every Floyd Mayweather fight in the last 10 years. Floyd versus Manny, overrated. How many years ago was that?
That was about. That's more than 5 years ago now. Where was it? 5 years ago? Was that 17? It might have been 17.
Floyd versus Conor is just pure
that's
trash.
No, it was great.
Why?
Got to see Conor get his ass whooped. I can watch that on a loop.
30 for 30 was called Winning Time. Where the hell did I get 9 seconds from? What the hell are you talking about? Winning Time, Miller versus the Knicks. That's actually a dumb title. Maybe that's why I remember, because the title, it's Winning Time.
The other one that I haven't seen that's a good title when you talk about the Knicks is when now I'm forgetting it. When the Garden was Eden, or when the Garden was.
Oh yeah,
that was a good title. I haven't even seen that one yet.
I don't think I've seen that one either. What's that one about?
It's just about like the 2 championship teams in the
Oh,
70s.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, no. Floyd beating the hell out of Manny is a good one. Floyd, his fights aren't really that good because he just dominates.
It's not and it's not that I don't think he puts up bad. I just don't think he's fought. Like, when was the last time Floyd fought and you wondered if he was going to lose?
When Shane Mosley hurt him in the second round of their fight.
And how many years ago was that?
Probably 10 plus years ago.
So my point stands. My point stands.
He's too good. I enjoy watching greatness, and people hope that he loses. That's why they would always sell.
916-349-1320. Ramsey, what's happening, baby?
Ramsey.
Not too much. First off, I flushed that. Let's not talk 28-3. That's flushing the memory.
No, we can talk. We can do a whole segment on that one.
No, that's flushing the memory.
Just did.
There's a couple of other baseball moments that were actual moments from a Game 7 that we haven't brought up all week.
What's that?
Okay.
The first one was 97 World Series, Game 7. Edgar Renteria with a single up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Win the World Series.
Yeah.
And then you talked about the 2001 World Series earlier with Scott Brocious and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget about Game 7, bottom of ninth, off of Mariano Rivera. Luis Gonzalez up the middle.
Oh,
Yeah.
World Series.
that's the one and only too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Off of Mario, off of Rivera.
Yeah.
The only.
So here's what I'll say about that, Ramsey. I don't want to say I promise you. We'll ask them. What do you remember more about that series, Mr. November or Luis Gonzalez?
A little of everything.
I remember, Ramsey, me and you remember a little of everything, but
I remember.
He tries to erase these great moments.
I remember the November moment. It was I get it. I get the significance of it. It was huge. I remember it very well. I remember vividly, but I don't. Go ahead, Ramsey.
Yeah, no, and for me, I remember a majority of it because I was in Phoenix when that World Series was going on. I was still going to ASU at the time.
I would have been throwing up.
Yeah. Okay. Ramsey, did we ever establish why are you a Falcons fan again? Why are you a Falcons fan?
And I've been a Falcons fan mainly ever since they had Andre Rison, Deion Sanders, Michael Haynes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm with it. Appreciate you, Ramsey.
To beat the hell out of them.
I remember, was Deion with the Cowboys or the 49ers when him and Andre Rison started throwing?
49ers.
Yeah, I remember that well.
Yeah. And then a couple plays later. No, it wasn't a couple plays later. I think it was later in the game. Took it back to the house about 90 yards on them boys.
I think was that the same game where he was definitely in a Cowboys uniform. I just don't remember if it was Andre Rison. Someone got past him. I think it was Andre Rison, and he pulled up with a hamstring, but the ball was overthrown, and he miraculously recovered. I think it was Rison. I don't know for sure, but they were going, and he was beat, and that ball was in the air, and he pulls up, and he's grabbing his hamstring. The ball's completely overthrown, and then he just walks back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing to see here.
That's hilarious.
You talk about great moment. I don't know the outcome of that game. I don't know a moment of that game. That's a great all-time sports moment.
I wish I could find that one.
Oh, it's got to be out there somewhere.
Soren. Soren. So Damian hates AI step over Ty Lue and Kobe shot versus Phoenix by this logic.
I hate Kobe's shot against Phoenix for an entirely different reason. KC ruined that shot for me earlier this year. But no, I love AI step over. It's a great sports moment.
It was the only game they won in the series.
It's true. That's right. At least they won the game.
And Kobe shot, they blew a 3-1 lead.
They did. Doc Rivers was the coach of the Lakers back then. No one knew. That's shameful. I'm sorry.
Doc Rivers on the call. Maybe that was the thing. Maybe he was on the call.
Oh, that might be worth
on the call of these games.
That I need somebody must look into this. Pull up the Phoenix Suns. Pull up the Kobe highlight. Pull up the Kobe highlight. And one, look at the guy who wins the tip. And two, tell me if it's Glenn Rivers on the call.
Glenn was definitely there for 0.4.
He was on the call for 0.4?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good moment. Good
Doc
highlight.
Rivers and Al Michaels. Am I maybe, you talk about leading the witness, maybe a bunch of other stuff that I've heard recently and later in life or whatever made me feel this way. Is Al Michaels kind of overrated?
No. Why would you say that? Or what sparked that question?
Because he was on that call for 0.4. I didn't think he did anything good with basketball. I didn't think he did anything good with basketball when ABC had basketball. I think Mike Breen is better. I think Marv Albert is better.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, Like what are we talking about though? Like as
Well,
the
he's
greatest of
looked at
all
as like
time?
he's looked at as like the GOAT. I don't think he's the GOAT.
Oh no, I
been
don't think he's
around-
the GOAT
He's
either.
been around for great moments.
He's very like I think he's great. I don't
think
know
he's
that
great,
he's
but
the greatest ever.
A lot of people try to say he's the GOAT.
I was a Pat Summerall, John Madden guy. That's who I liked. And then
back to pass.
I mean, I really like Al Michaels right now calling Sunday Night Football.
Touchdown.
Especially
Michael
since
Irvin. He's in the end zone. I love Pat Summerall. No, I'm not even. That's what he sounds like, but I love Pat Summerall. Young. Rice. Touchdown.
Your worst impression by far.
49ers.
You want a wild moment? When the WWE network launched, they had these shows called WrestleMania Rewind.
Oh, I love those.
Go watch the very first one. Because remember, I think the network launched in 14, maybe?
Sounds about right.
But it had been in the works really since like 2010. But it had really, really been like on the verge of launching since like 11 or 12.
Uh-huh.
Go back and watch the first episode of WrestleMania Rewind. And you'll bug out because you'll think, yo, this came 2014. The voiceover is Pat Summerall.
What?
Now, the episode was released well after he had passed away.
Yeah, I'm about to say, wait, what?
But it had been in the works so long that it's the one and only episode on the WWE network of WrestleMania Rewind that is voiced by Pat Summerall.
That's crazy. I'm gonna have to check that out.
And I just remember thinking, "Oh my God, this guy sounds..."
on the Peacock app.
I don't know.
Did it cross
I've
over?
stopped trying to explore that
those.
stupid ass episode, that stupid ass platform.
Man, they got a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, they are
a ton of work.
They are so far behind. WWE returns to live crowds tonight.
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I want to see what it's looking like. I want to see what it's hearing.
I'm curious. No,
like
I'm legitimately curious. I'm curious what they'll do. I'm curious what this weekend looks like for them, as they've got a big quote pay-per-view. We got to come up with a new name for it because that's certainly not what it is anymore. A peacock per-view. I don't know what you call it. Probably not that, because that could be. Probably don't call it that. That's just, they really chose a terrible name. Like, I get why you did it.
Yeah.
That's just a terrible name. The Peacock Network.
Could have found something else.
See,
now you got me on. Now in my head, I'm in my Summerall bag.
Dude, go
49ers.
Okay.
Young. Brent Jones. The Niners are going to the Super Bowl.
And we're going to commercial. I'm gonna do a hard reset on Kenny Caraway to see if we can get him back up and functioning properly. We've got another chance for you to win $1,000 coming up. 10 minutes past the hour, and we'll dive back into the Dame Lillard story as well. Plus, Jesse watched a movie last night.
Ooh.
Only the second member of the show to see the movie, by the way. It's coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I get to stay around for the house show today.
Yeah, so I think I saw Becky Lynch is showing up at Money in the Bank. I don't love the fact that they announced it. I would have loved for it to be a surprise. I don't know that. I don't even know. I don't know if they announced it, but I thought it came through Bleacher Report, which would give pretty strong indication that came from WWE. So yeah, Becky Lynch is back this weekend.
I'm not a huge
what do we
fan
got
of the
here?
man.
No?
Nah, I mean, I don't not like her, but I think she's a little overrated. When her movement was happening, that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
After it had already been established, she won the belts, champ, and everything. I thought the rest of her stuff after that was cringeworthy. Thought it was terrible.
A lot of stuff after the when I really started tuning out wrestling like on a weekly basis and just kind of went back to peeping out the Observer and reading the different sites and just kind of following what was going on, was after that main event. I thought that was such a weak end to what should have been. I started to tune out after the first where Ronda came in and teamed with Kurt Angle and Triple H, and they went against Triple H and Steph, and I thought that match was fantastic. I don't think they could have booked that better. But I remember after that WrestleMania, I started to kind of like drift away, but still was checking in.
Yeah, you tap in.
And then for some reason after that WrestleMania where Becky won the title, I was like, God, they really botched that. And I don't know that I've sat down and watched maybe a handful of shows in their entirety since then.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just hating, but was the issue with that they forced Ronda in there?
No, they forced Charlotte in there. In my opinion, they forced Charlotte in there. It should have been Becky versus Ronda.
And see, and once again, maybe I'm just hating because there's not a lot of people that I don't like in sports. Ronda Rousey's one of them.
No, I know.
I don't think I didn't think she was any good.
I thought she was.
They had to put her in there because they signed her and all this other stuff. I didn't think she was any good at all.
I thought she was really good in the ring. I thought she was. I did. I think some of her mannerisms. I think when they turned her heel, she was significantly better. Because I think that's her natural personality. I think she's naturally kind of a dick. And it you could see that on the air, like it worked better.
Ass mean face.
Yeah, like it I think that worked better for her. So I was good with, like, it was clear. I knew Ronda was going to be in the main event at WrestleMania. I just thought it was going to be against Asuka. I thought they were going to keep Asuka undefeated and build to this massive match between them. Then the Becky Lynch thing kind of happened organically, and they went with her. And I could be wrong, but I think they threw Charlotte in there
to save the match, maybe.
No, because I think Becky and Ronda could have done it. But I think, I don't think it ruined the match at all. But I think they put Charlotte in there because they knew Ronda was leaving, and they wanted to make sure Becky and Charlotte were the first women in a main event at WrestleMania rather than Becky and this girl who just left.
Got you.
So I think it was kind of their way of protecting, and Charlotte's important to them, obviously, because they're trying that. Ric Flair won 16 world titles over like 30 years. They're trying to get Charlotte to 16 world titles in like 5.
Yeah, that's the truth. It's what we were watching Raw the other day, and Asuka comes out, and Jazz, she ducks in and out, and she goes, "Didn't she have a tag team partner?" Just kind of got rid of her.
She's just gone. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you so much for hanging out with us on the Odyssey app or on 1320 AM. We appreciate those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. A couple of quick hits here before we get back into Dame Lillard. Probably should spend a little bit of time talking about there's no game tonight. The NBA finals aren't going to end while we're away, which is good.
That's a great thing. Yeah.
Only one game is going to be played while we're away, and it's going to be tomorrow night. I think they cleared the docket for something, and we'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. Let's bring super producer Jesse in here. Jesse spent some time watching Beverly Hills Cop last night. And if you want to argument it, if you think we're arguing about sports moments, or you think we argue about trades, or you think we have different opinions on this and that, wait till the Eddie Murphy movies come up, because this is a full-on conversation at least once a week.
All right, so from the jump, I'm going to say it beats my original bar. It beats Daddy Daycare, Shrek, and Orbit. All right, so Beverly Hills Cop is much better. But yeah, after I was done watching, I was like, I might have a take. And listening to you, Danny from San Francisco, talk this morning, I think it is a take. And I think it is much better than Coming to America.
Whoa!
I love Beverly Hills Cop. That movie was amazing. It was great. It's better than Coming to America. Don't get me wrong. I like Coming to America too. It was a great movie, made me laugh, all that. But I think Beverly Hills Cop is that much better.
Has the kid lost his damn mind?
Whoa! Yes,
no way
let's be clear. Only Jesse and I are the only members of D-Lo and KC who have seen Beverly Hills Cop. So my esteemed partner has not taken the time out of his busy schedule to watch one of the great movies of all time.
It's on the DVR. Now we're gonna get back to that hot take.
How many
crazy
gigabytes
take.
does your DVR have?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm at 60-some% full. I don't know. But so oddly enough, this is what I wanted to bring up. Oddly enough, I watched Eddie Murphy last night as well. Very randomly.
Okay. What Eddie Murphy did we watch last night?
Shrek was on last night, and I'd seen it before, and I hadn't seen it in a long time. Reese probably had seen it. That's a pretty damn good movie. Shrek is a damn good movie. I forgot how good that movie was. How good Eddie Murphy was in Shrek as Donkey. He killed that. It was pretty damn good, Damien.
No, Shrek is great. Shrek is great. No. Shrek is great. I've seen them all. Shrek is great. It was like a resurrection of Eddie Murphy's career. But for Jesse to lean into Beverly Hills Cop as being Eddie Murphy's top movie over Coming to America, that's a strong take. Beverly Hills Cop is great. And one thing Danny in San Francisco was just adamant. He was adamant that it's Mr. Tapia, Jesse's dad, has checked in here on the chat and said, sorry guys, I dropped Jesse once. That's okay, because I don't think here's my take for Jesse. I don't think it's outrageous.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because
I don't think it's that outrageous.
I wasn't sure if it was a take or not, but like I said, when you and Danny were talking about it, I was okay. It might be.
Well, Danny leaned in extra strong and went with it's Coming to America by a long shot, and then Trading Places is in its own tier, and then Beverly Hills Cop is right after that. And I immediately thought, I'm not willing to give Trading Places its own tier.
I have to rewatch Trading Places because I was probably like 5 when I saw it. But I remember and I feel like the way people talk about Trading Places sometimes, it feels like it might be better than Beverly Hills Cop.
I mean, the Jamie Lee Curtis scenes alone for a young D-Lo, that's strong enough to be like, yeah, okay. I mean, between Trading Places and True Lies, man, Jamie Lee Curtis has had some bookend moments here. Man.
True Lies. I remember that.
She did that. But I'm not, he was leaning in hard to Trading Places having its own tier. I'm okay with Beverly Hills Cop being at the top. It's that good to me. Beverly Hills Cop is that good. It can be up there.
And it's crazy though, Jesse. It's crazy. I mean, and I know you for the culture. And Damien, I gotta ask. I think you've already addressed it. It's better than Boomerang?
I haven't seen that yet.
Is it better than Boomerang?
I know it's a different movie. It's a different movie.
Beverly Hills Cop is better than Boomerang. But I like Boomerang more. There's a variety of factors in here. Boomerangs, I mean, it's like they're like neck and neck. I mean, it's really, really close. It's not like an Usain Bolt finish. Like it's close. Like they're right there.
Eddie's crazy, man. Eddie, when you get into what Eddie's done, man, it's second to none. It's second to none.
Yeah, no, he's phenomenal.
Nobody's touching Eddie. Remember, I think we started off the show one time. We were saying Tom Hanks or Denzel. I don't think there's anybody you can even put Eddie up against.
Yeah, if we did a movie versus,
you can't do a versus with Eddie.
No,
he covers everything.
Mm-mm.
He covers the culture. He covers pop culture. He covers the kids.
Yeah, once you start bringing in Shrek, and then we haven't even touched on, what was it, Dream Girls?
Oh,
you nominated for, like, we ain't even touched on any of that.
Anybody seen Tower Heist? Was he good in that?
Yeah. Nah, he wasn't. Like, the movie's not good. Like, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I'll watch it. But it's not good. Like, Jesse, did you think the movie was good?
I enjoyed it. It's not like my favorite movie, but it's a movie where it's like, oh, this is not terrible. It's good. It's a decent movie.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just, it's not in this category. It's not in this tier. It's in a different.
Yeah.
It's in a different area. It's off to the side.
You ever seen Metro?
Refresh my memory.
It was his little cop movie when I think it was in San Francisco. Yeah, it was
Yes.
based in San Francisco.
Yes, I've seen Metro. I've seen what's it called? I Spy. I've seen I Spy.
I Spy.
Yeah, there's a stretch of Eddie movies that are tough.
Well, hell, even Tony Gwynn, he's hitting 330 on his career. That means he struck out a couple times. He's not batting 1,000.
He's got some L's there. He definitely does. I haven't seen The Golden Child in a long time. I know people bringing that one up here in the chat. I haven't seen.
I hear The Golden Child is trash. I don't remember it.
It's not. It was never my favorite. But yeah, 40. No, Mr. Tapia, 48 hours is it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I mean, that stretch of Eddie in the 80s is just untouchable. Like, give me a human being to live through. Give me Eddie Murphy in the 80s. That's who I want to be. Give me just one solid year as Eddie Murphy in the 80s. He was the biggest star on the planet.
Kyle brings up, we didn't talk about life.
Yeah. Why you always got to say nasty stuff, Ray? When Martin goes to get that pie out that window, and oh, that's so great. So great. Come on!
I think Jesse brought it up too. Daddy Daycare for a certain generation. Dr. Dolittle was a huge movie.
I like Dr. Dolittle too.
We didn't talk about the Nutty Professor.
We sure didn't.
The Nutty Professor was humongous when it came out.
Yep, it absolutely was. And to me, it's not in the tier of Beverly Hills Cop or Coming to America.
I've never even seen Beverly Hills Cop. And I can probably imagine that. Nutty Professor. It was actually on a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but it was like it'll still make you chuckle.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
chuckle.
There's tons of quotable Lilo people, Lou Raw, Teddy Pendergrass, Teddy P, number 6, yeah. Close the door. What was the other? Oh, Hercules. Yeah, oh, there's tons of quotables from there.
We didn't talk about Harlem Nights.
Harlem Nights. I watched that about a month and a half ago. That's good stuff.
Man.
Hills Cop and Coming to America, they're both great. So I'm pretty on like Eddie Murphy right now.
Oh man, where should go? So have you seen the stand-ups? Have you seen Delirious?
No, I haven't seen those.
Okay, you got to do Delirious.
Okay, I'll do that.
Delirious is a must.
Do that, and for movie-wise, it's a little different than obviously Beverly Hills Cop and Coming to America. But should he go see Nutty Professor?
Let's go. Let's give him a different Eddie. Let's go Boomerang.
Oh, Boomerang! You gonna feel like Eddie after that. You gonna be like, well, I need to be like Eddie out here.
Boomerang's really for the culture. Like we all love like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America. I think John Landis directed Beverly Hills Cop. We need to look that up. Look up who directed Beverly Hills Cop. I feel like it was John Landis, but that could be wrong. He definitely directed Coming to America. But Boomerang is an entirely different type of movie.
All right, I'll put those on my list this weekend. Then.
But you got to watch Delirious. Delirious is you've got to watch.
Delirious is the purple suit, right?
That's the red. Delirious is red. Yeah. You've got to also remember some of this stuff doesn't age the best. Like some of that stuff doesn't sound the same in 2021. So just be aware of that for anyone who has plans to maybe watch an old Eddie Murphy special this weekend, or maybe if all of this conversation gave you the idea of watching Eddie Murphy movies this weekend. Quick note here, this coming in from all of your favorite NBA reporters. Washington is hiring Wes Unseld Jr., and he will fill the last of the NBA's 7 coaching openings. A note that Mark Stein puts in here is 6 of the 7 openings went to black coaches.
I like that.
The one that didn't was Rick Carlisle, which
I like that. I have no problem with that. Yeah,
I'm actually okay with because I think Rick Carlisle is a fantastic coach. Okay, I don't know why I thought John Landis directed Beverly Hills Cop. He very much did not. Martin Brest did, and I have no freaking clue who that is. John Landis, of course, also directed Thriller.
Shout out to What's my girl's name?
Ola Ray.
Ola Ray, Kennedy High School.
Really?
Yeah.
I
think
did
she
not
went to
know
Kennedy.
that.
Yeah. Mark Wong would know. I think she went to Kennedy though.
I did not know that. I was up there in age, 20s, before I knew she was a Playboy a Playboy.
I didn't
Playmate.
know that till just now. I
Gotcha.
had no idea.
Ola Ray, the wholesome girl from Thriller.
It's either Ola Ray or I think if she didn't go to Kennedy, what's the girl's name? Is it Trixie or whatever? The girl from Players Club. She went to
Trixie,
Kennedy.
I think definitely went to Kennedy.
Yeah, she went to Kennedy. I thought Ola Ray went.
Oh
Ola
boy,
Ray, I think she's from the South though, because my mom and all them knew.
Ola Ray's from St. Louis.
She's from St. Louis.
Ola Ray's from St. Louis, Missouri.
How the Sacramento connection come about?
I don't know.
She definitely
Ola Ray is from, huh?
She definitely at some point in time lived in Sacramento.
Okay. I can't speak to that. all I know is I see some pictures of Ola Ray, and she has that weird her skin tone has faded. She's gotten lighter. She's lighter than I am.
Remember the other day
Lisa Turtle.
Oh man, don't get me started on what happened to my girl Lisa Turtle. Remember we were talking about Lisa Nicole Carson, and I was like, that used to be my girl, and then we saw her, and I was like, oh no, Lisa. I saw another time when she was in her prime the other day when she was in Life. I didn't know. I forgot she was in Life.
Oh,
she looked great in Life.
That's a great Eddie movie too. Life is so good. Yeah, I don't remember where. I don't remember her in that, but
it was a passing scene.
What do you think of these? What do you think these list of coaches? Ime Udoka in Boston, Jason Kidd in Dallas, Rick Carlisle in Indiana, Willie Green in New Orleans, Jamal Mosley in Orlando, Chauncey Billups in Portland, Wes Unseld in Washington. I mean, Udoka, Willie, Mosley, Billups. And Wes Unseld Jr. That's a handful of first time coaches as well.
Yeah.
Before you react to that, let me hit this real quick. You listen to Dilo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in 8 minutes. But a lot of first time coaches here in this latest round of coaching hirings.
I like that. Give these guys an opportunity, man. Give them a chance to. These are guys like a Willie Green or Wes Unseld Jr. who've been on the bench for years, for a long time, waiting for the opportunity. And I really do mean this is no disrespect. I mean, do what you got to do. But instead of bringing in retreads like Stan Van Gundy for the 4th time, give Willie Green an opportunity. I like that.
And still no Sam Cassell.
No Sam Cassell.
I wonder,
Eric Bieniemy.
It feels like, I also wonder if, I mean, I don't think so. This is honest to God, just thinking out loud. If he feels like he's in a position where that wouldn't work either. Because I was going to say maybe he didn't like any of these jobs, but it feels like some of these jobs were pretty good. I mean, Boston's obviously a great job. I don't know where he fit in that conversation. I felt like Ime Udoka was the favorite, like right out the gate, for Brad Stevens. Rick Carlisle, Jason Kidd, Willie. Yeah, I don't know. They're all difficult jobs. They're difficult for different reasons. I mean, Chauncey Billups' situation in Portland probably feels a little bit different today than when he, interviewed for the job.
Right.
Washington, I mean, this is a tough job for Wes Unseld Jr. Like, obviously he's not in charge of who's on the roster and who's not, but this is tough. Ime Udoka, it's a little bit difficult for him just because the former coach is now his boss. So it's not like Brad Stevens is gone. It's not like Brad Stevens was fired. Like, Brad Stevens had a way of coaching the team, and now he's the boss of the guy who's coaching the team. Indiana has its challenges. New Orleans has a lot of expectations. They have challenges. And now Dallas, they have that little bit of turmoil surrounding them. And, in the case of Dallas, in the case of New Orleans, you've got, potentially future generational talent there with Luka Doncic and Zion Williamson. In Portland, you've got to deal with this Dame Lillard situation.
That's crazy.
In Washington, now you've got, you've got Bradley Beal. You think he's committed to Washington? Oh, that's just a thought.
Yeah, that's another thing to keep an eye on. Maybe not this summer, but that's the one waiting in the wings.
You got Brad and you got Russell Westbrook there. Boston feels like they're just on the outside cusp of where Milwaukee is and certainly where Brooklyn is. Hell, maybe even regardless of what happens this offseason, they still might be a bit behind Philadelphia. Like they underperformed, I think, a little bit last year, even though they dealt with a lot of injuries. They got some things to get together. And, Rick Carlisle, he's the most established of all of these guys. So he's a bit more solidified. He's going to be able to put his fingerprints on. I just read this morning he's bringing Jenny Busick and a few other assistants that he had in Boston. They're coming over to Indiana with them. So he's going to be able to put his, fingerprints on that team. But it's a couple of tough jobs for first-time head coaches.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what is the best situation now with Lillard possibly wanting out. It's got to be Boston, right? Easily?
Yes, easily.
Boston over Dallas, because a lot of people feel like having
Boston over Dallas. I don't think that stuff that was written about I don't think it's as big of a deal. I mean, there was obviously something to it because the coach left and the GM got fired, or the coach left and Donnie Nelson got fired. I don't know what Donnie Nelson's official role was. I don't know if it was I don't know if his official title was general manager, but whatever his role was, he was let go. Rick Carlisle leaves. So there's something to the report, but I don't feel like it's something that lingers over the franchise. I'm not putting any stock into the Luka Doncic versus the gambling guy. I'm not putting any stock to that. So it's still a good job. There are things that they have to figure out with their roster, but that's not Jason Williams' problem. That's not Jason Williams' job. If they can land Igor Kokoskov, like I think it appears that they want to, I think that coaching staff is in a good place. But it's Boston, probably Dallas after that, and then it gets
New Orleans.
It gets tough. The expectations, the pressure for New Orleans is brutal. In my opinion, like that's a tough spot. And Griff is what has Griff done right? Besides acknowledging, the only thing that Griff has done right is acknowledging he did something wrong and letting go of Stan Van Gundy. That's the only thing that he's done right, but it was preceded by something that he did terribly, terribly wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know the circumstances around Jrue Holiday, but I probably would have wanted to keep him there in New Orleans. Again, not knowing the circumstances surrounding that deal. But I think that's a tough job for Willie Green, in my opinion.
Yeah. Manny asks a question. I'll ask you the question. Do we think women getting interviewed is a PR move, or they got a legit had a chance? I'll answer it, and then I want to hear what you got to say. I think we're talking about Becky Hammon, Teresa Weatherspoon. I don't know if Teresa Weatherspoon actually interviewed, but she was looked at as a candidate. I think those interviews they went on, they already had a person in mind, and they went and they did the interview just to kind of do the interview, right? Like, it's the antithesis of what Vlade did. Vlade was going to hire Luke, but he just didn't go through with the interviews that were like, I'm going to just go through interviews just to say I did. They kind of did that, like in Portland. They wanted Chauncey. They went through with the interviews anyway. That's kind of what I think. So
I think that happens in more jobs than not. I think Brad Stevens had his eye on two people. One of them was Udoka. And I'm not saying that anyone else who interviewed him with him didn't have a chance. I mean, when he took over that job, immediately, who could fill my position? I think he had two people in mind. And Udoka being one of them. I don't know, man. I think Becky's probably getting a legitimate look. I don't know if teams are hesitant to be the first. I don't know if they like other coaches better.
Mm-hmm.
I do think women are seriously being considered for head coaching jobs. It may not necessarily be the women that we're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when the Pelicans, when that story about the Pelicans gets out there, that could be a PR thing.
That one.
When you're leaking stuff out there, because did Teresa interview with other?
That's what I'm saying. She didn't interview. I don't even know she interviewed with the Pelicans.
Yeah, I don't know that she did either.
Hmm.
I think I think one woman had a really good shot of being a head coach, and that woman didn't interview. It'll happen.
Yeah.
Just not. It just hasn't happened yet. I don't, and I think it's preordained that it's going to be Becky. I don't know that it's going to be Becky.
Yeah.
It could be someone else.
Somebody getting paid needs to happen though.
Somebody what?
Somebody getting paid one last time need to happen though.
Oh, that needs to happen.
Here
Thank
comes
you.
the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
I ain't paid attention to nothing all day long. I've missed breaks, missed contests, missed everything. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. This is it. The very last keyword we are giving out.
Come on, Craig.
Text the word microphone
Oh,
to 72881. That's microphone
I'm a microphone fiend.
to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Cash contest. Good riddance.
I see you, Romy.
That was my little Jim Rome there, huh?
Yeah.
Now, a little Jim Rome on.
We got breaking news and breaking updates.
Oh. Okay.
Both my mom and my aunt Wanda, they confirm that Ola Ray is from Sacramento. They don't think she went to high school here though. And then Keith gets in here and he says Ola Ray was an Air Force brat. Her stepfather was stationed in McClellan until 75. And then she moved from St. Louis and then went to Japan. That's what my auntie Wanda said. She said she thought she went to Japan, and then to LA.
None of this I knew.
And didn't go to Kennedy.
Didn't go to Kennedy. So what we have learned, Ola Ray, and you, if you're just tuning in, you're probably wondering who in the blue hell is Ola Ray. Well, Ola Ray was the woman who starred opposite Michael Jackson in Thriller. So we've learned she didn't go to Kennedy. She spent time in Sacramento. She lived in Japan. She's from St. Louis, and she was a playmate. This is why you have to listen to all 4 hours, because if you think he could just jump in at 3 o'clock and we're going to make any sort of sense, you are sadly mistaken.
You would be like, what the hell's going on? Oh, and Trixie did go to Kennedy.
There we go. Trixie. Not to be confused with Trick in Detroit. Don't be confused with Trick.
Oh, boy.
Don't be confused with Trick in Detroit. Trick will shut down concerts if you don't call him first.
Wow, boy. You better tap in first.
No word yet on if you had to call Trixie before going to Kennedy. We'll try to get to the bottom of that during this commercial break. We'll come out. There's a game 5 tomorrow. A pivotal, as they say in the business. Game 5 tomorrow. I've got a question for you too. And this is a throwback. This is, again, you got to listen 4 hours. You got to listen every day. Does Giannis have the belt? I'm going to need you to answer that. And for those who don't get it, we'll explain when Zelo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Where am I at here? 14%. Think I can make it 45 minutes on 14%?
I think you might be able to.
Ooh, it's going to be close. I have the iPad ready just in case I'll make the switch over. You'll just be in charge if it dies.
Trixie is held up. She looks fine. You know what she looks like right now? She looks like and her name wasn't Trixie, it was Ronnie. That's right. But she looks like Miss Parker now.
Oh, wait, that can't be right. Give me something else to Google besides Trixie.
Well, she came up right. Ronnie from the Players Club.
Tell me how you spelled Trixie.
Trixie.
Oh dear, that's Trixie? No, I got a different Trixie than you did. That is not the Trixie you're talking about. Oh, nope, that's not. Nope. Okay.
Yo, what kind of Google you got, man? Come on.
Wait, so you pulled up Trixie and it went right to who you're talking.
I said Trixie from Players Club.
Okay, I forgot. I didn't put that part in from Players Club. Because why don't you go ahead and just Google Trixie right now and see what comes up? Trixie. Oh, she does.
Oh my God. What?
Told you. Hey, folks, don't. Yep, there you go. Tyler, I was about to tell y'all, don't do that. Actually, yes, Dave, I am. And I did see that. I did read that article about charging on the right side of your MacBook. Yeah, I am. It charges when the show started. It charges overnight. I think it has something to do with the amount of power being drawn. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, Keith, stop it. Gosh dang it, Keith. Gosh dang it, man. Yeah. It's happy hour, baby. Dude, I haven't had a glass of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin in weeks.
No, I'm having some this weekend.
I got one thing to do. I need to run to Best Buy and get a sound bar because I need to watch Space Jam with sound tonight. I don't have a sound bar downstairs, so.
Well, one of the reasons I haven't had McQueen is they wiped me out when they were here for 4th of July.
That's why I don't invite anybody over.
All I got is these bottles right here. I know.
Well, see, that's the beauty with the white and the black ones is you can drink them and put them back.
That's true.
You can't see. These are all full though. Did I send you the music room? I gotta send it. The music room finished up. I sent this to my mom last night. I gotta send this to you guys.
Yeah, I gotta see that.
It's pretty much done. I think the music room is done.
It's trying to jam, y'all.
Oh dear, we went from 14% to 12% during the commercial break.
Oh, come on.
I think it's because I Googled Trixie. I swear, I think that's what happened.
And it wasn't even the girl's name.
Trick.
Her name's Ronnie. Oh.
This is our little bar music area.
I love that Carter's pick.
Yeah, I wanted that other one that they took.
That's Big Pimpin' spending cheese in that room. Ooh.
Nah, stop it. That's not that. That ain't that.
I like that.
Came out cool, huh? I was happy. I was happy with that. Like I just had I like doing those pictures, like the canvas prints and stuff behind me, and those prints are metal. And I knew right away. I was like, I want to do something with music. So I was like, I got to start with Rick and then go from there.
Yeah.
And then I found that Kendrick one, and then I saw the Carters. I was like, there it is. And
I like that one.
The easy was a given. Them Odyssey exclusive stations need that Mac Dre channel, need that hyphy channel right there. Mac's Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners like you. Perfect for summer barbecues, road trips, perfect for working out, relaxing by the pool, or perfect for 4 o'clock on a Friday when you're about to pour that. My biggest decisions on Fridays at 4 o'clock now, is it McQueen? Is it Valon? Is it that bamboo cream? I think I might go cash rules everything around me. And then
last weekend and I didn't, but yeah, that's
as the sun goes down, I'm going to probably try to get Space Jam in tonight since we got a game 5 tomorrow. But check out Heat in the Streets with music from Lil Baby, Drake, Cardi B, and the hottest artist in the game. You'll find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Macy's, sign up for their emails. They'll send you something about Black Friday in July.
It's that time.
Again, as we established earlier in the show, you've got to listen all day. So a couple of quick notes here. Turns out the big Dame Lillard story that we started is just going to fizzle out. We're not going to get any big
Trash.
scoopage out of that. Waiting for that Chris Haynes tweet to pop up, and I guess he's meeting with his team right now. I guess he's meeting with the folks in Portland, and we'll monitor the situation. Just if Dame could do us a favor, hold off till Monday. Like, don't break the news tonight. Don't.
Well, hell, he's gonna be gone.
Well, he leaves Monday. Like, hey, just be the last guy on the plane.
Get on the plane.
Be
Yeah,
like,
I'm out,
Chauncey,
guys.
Neil, hey, I'm out. Yeah, hey, trade me. I gotta go. I gotta go to Tokyo for America. Thank you. God bless America. And then just get on the plane. Something like that.
Oh,
Just
man.
don't do it tonight. Don't do it tomorrow. Like, don't break news tonight. Look, we all want to gather around. We all want to watch Space Jam tonight. Like, come on, man. That's what we're doing. We've been waiting 10
Space
years.
Jam and SmackDown. Come on.
That's it. That's what it's all about. But tomorrow we have the pivotal, the critical, the crucial Game 5 here of this Bucks Sun series. And I've got a question for you. It's not necessarily related to the game tomorrow, though. It kind of sort of is.
Okay.
I remember a couple of weeks ago, I think it was during the Brooklyn Bucks series.
Mm-hmm.
We were having a conversation. Nikola Jokic had won the MVP, and we were talking about Jokic is the MVP, but he doesn't have the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not the man, so to speak. Like, he's not the guy. And we had gone like, oh, who has the belt? Who has the belt? And then KD goes out there, and we're like, haha, Kevin Durant's got the belt.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant's the guy. Does KD still have the belt? I mean, his series is over. Do we now that we don't watch him anymore, does the belt just move on to somebody else? Like, how do we designate this title of the belt? Because my man in Milwaukee he's been pretty spectacular. Does he now have the belt? Does Devin Booker have the belt? Like, who?
No, Devin Booker ain't got the belt.
Oh, okay. Hey, broadcast.
Nah, he ain't got the belt. Ain't even close. Ain't even close.
Oh, okay. Probably a bit much, but
that's a good question, man. Because at least when you talk about KC's belt, I don't know what everybody else's belt is looking like, but KC's belt, it was definitely Kevin Durant. And Giannis, I mean, regardless of the circumstances surrounding it, regardless of how it went, he beat KD in a series. He's performing at an all-time level in the NBA Finals.
With one leg.
Wait
till Greeny and the rest of the ESPN crew get a hold of this story after the series is over, and they find out he played with a missing kneecap or something. Boy, they're gonna hype this up something big like they did with Tom Brady this morning.
That also reminds me, I heard more talk of how hurt Chris Paul is right now. He's got to be hurt. He's just got to be hurt. He's not telling us this. He's got to be hurt.
He had like 41 in game, what was it, 6? 5?
Yeah, game 6.
He had 41 and then 30 something in game 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he told us he hurt his
now.
thumb. He told us he hurt his thumb after game 6. Like he after they talked to him in game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, he's like, yeah, I hurt my thumb a couple of days ago. But he just went for 41. And then he had 30 something, like you said. Now all of a sudden, oh, well, you see, he just can't even dribble. He's got to be hurt.
Well, I do remember maybe part of that is, remember, did you see the clip in the game where they were working on his hand? I guess it was his thumb. And they were trying to shield the camera. I don't remember I think maybe it was Malika Andrews said, we saw them working on your thumb, or we saw them working on your hand or your wrist or whatever, like everything okay, everything good to go. And Chris said, I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't want to talk about it. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, okay, good enough for me. And Chris said, he moved on from it, but he wouldn't bring up what they were working on. So I don't think Chris has brought up any sort of interest.
Is this again?
I feel like it was game 6. I feel like it was the end of the Clippers series.
I think that's he mentioned it was Rachel Nichols, and he mentioned it. He said, yeah, my thumb is busted up or something like that. That's how we kind of found out about it, because he said it.
Okay. Well, I think we found out about it because the camera caught it. And then that probably prompted the question as to what the trainer was working on they were desperately trying to shield from the camera. But I thought it was Malika. Right.
He had 30 something the following game.
It obviously didn't bother him.
And he's going to play better in game 5. Is he going to be hurt?
Absolutely is.
Is he going to be hurt and he's going through something? I don't know. He's going to play great. I think he's going to have a great game 5.
We always look for stories instead of the most obvious one. We always look for different stories instead of the most obvious one. Like, no, these other guys are playing great.
Playing great.
That's the story.
And the obvious one is also he's a human being. Had these things happen.
It's too easy though. It's too easy. We need something. We need something stronger to talk about. We need something with more legs.
Oh, Vince McMahon in the house.
I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I did that. I have no clue why I did that. But
when they talk to Vince nowadays, they don't look good.
I just would prefer they don't talk to him anymore. Like, and it's not even getting old. It's like that he got like surgery. Like you can tell he got like a lot of work done. And it looks.
What was the time we were texting and it was something, and we said he looked like the Vince in the
Firefly Funhouse. Yeah,
he looked just like him.
Yeah, he looked exactly like the puppet that they made of him.
Oh man! But the belt. Who's got the belt?
Now, if Vince was in charge, Tyler Hero would have the belt.
Oh, for sure. Or who fits exactly what he's looking for? Like Miles Leonard, big.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, it can't be a little guy like Hero. It's got to be a big.
Boban would have had a title run by now if Vince was in charge. Boban would have absolutely. He would have at least been a 2-time champion.
Yeah, man. I don't want to take it off of KD after what I saw, and I don't want to be emotional about it. Prisoner of the moment.
Mm-hmm. But you're going to do it anyways. I can sense it.
I'm gonna stick with KD. KD got the belt.
Really?
KD got the belt. I'm gonna stick with KD.
How do you lose this completely fictitious belt that we were using the term belt as you might not be the MVP, but you're the best. You're the guy.
Yeah.
You are the best player. Like you are the guy. That it was just a term we made up. Like the belt. Like okay, with the championship belt, that's fine. So how so you don't do you can you do something do you do something to lose it?
You don't necessarily
because
do
you just
something.
mentioned Giannis beat him.
Uh-huh.
So would he beat him by DQ or count out and the belt didn't change hands? No, it was a non-title match.
Somebody came in outside interference.
Oh, it was a schmaz, as they say. Okay. All right.
I mean,
screw job finish.
The belt is there are no rules.
That's what I wanted you to say.
You can lose or win. It's up to my discretion. If you like, we can turn this into boxing. You can start your own federation and you have your own belt, and the rules are completely up to you.
Okay.
Jesse can do the same thing.
We could just make up our own belts and titles.
Yeah, we got 3 different championship belts, and then if somebody has,
they would make as little as
unified.
They would make as little sense as boxing titles make. So that's good.
It would be undisputed. So, for instance, I think I may be wrong in saying this. Maybe I'm assuming, but I feel like Shohei Ohtani is the undisputed champion in baseball right now.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Me too.
Jesse, does he have the belt for you? Just whoever's got the belt. Who this is the baddest.
The guy in that sport.
We're winning the guy. Yeah, I'd say right now it's Ohtani.
Ohtani's undisputed in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Who you got in basketball?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask. Quite honestly, I was just hoping we'd blow right past that because I was in 100% agreement that it was. I remember when you tweeted it.
Yeah.
KD got that belt. It's like, yeah, I think you're right. But Giannis is. I mean, I feel like he beat him, 1-0 in an Ironman match. An overtime Ironman match. The boyhood dream has come true. I think it's Giannis right now.
Boyhood dream.
It's Giannis. And it's not just who wins and loses, because I don't think Chris Paul is taking it from Giannis. I don't think Devin Booker is taking it from Giannis. Like unless we see just an insane next 3 games from either one of those two.
He's going to have it through the offseason.
But Giannis feels like the man right now. And this is what KD felt like in the last series. He felt like the man. But as you just laid out eloquently, there's no rules to this. We kind of just make it up as we go along. Man, throw that championship on the shoulder of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay, I see that. Well, let me ask you.
Shouldn't call it a championship, given that he's actually playing for one. Throw that belt on the shoulder of
Jesse.
Giannis.
Who got the belt?
KD still has the belt in the NBA. All right, the belt cannot change hands in a handicap match.
It was
wow.
KD has no one. Not doing 2-on-1 belt changes, no sir. All right, KD still got the belt.
Wow.
KD's not undisputed though.
Nope, not undisputed. Nope, we have a dispute, and apparently I'm the one in the 12 Angry Men, so that's fine. I got to go Giannis right now, though. I can't ignore what I've seen.
I'm not mad at what I've seen I'm not mad at Giannis, but he ain't got the belt for me.
Ever since I posed the question, do we need to have a difficult conversation about Giannis Antetokounmpo? He's essentially told me to F off. Every game since then, he's told me to F off. So just got to take that on the chin and keep it moving.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Because I said, no, the hell we don't have to have no conversation about Giannis. The hell we do. That's exactly what I said.
Don't criticize me for sparking social media engagement. It's my job. I'm like, hey man, on the Old Living Colored skits, I got all the jobs. Hey man, time to go to work. That's me. I was just sparking conversation. Don't criticize me. I didn't say we needed to have a conversation about Giannis. I asked if we needed to have a conversation about Giannis.
Well, since you put it that way.
And we emphatically didn't. So that's fine. That's fine. Now you're asking about football.
Anybody got the belt there? Is it? Well, I don't know who I got. My first mind says Patrick Mahomes. It's my first thought. Is it Patrick Mahomes? Though?
Patrick Mahomes.
Aaron Rodgers won the MVP. I know that doesn't mean anything.
Nikola Jokic won the MVP.
Aaron Rodgers is considerably better at what he does than Nikola Jokic is, though.
That's true. That's very true.
No shade to Nikola.
No, it's very true. But no, it's Patrick Mahomes.
You know what I wanted to do, and I can't do it. I wanted to give it to Lamar Jackson.
I know you did. You brought up Lamar Jackson to me earlier. Yeah. I know you wanted to give it to Lamar.
I can't do it though. I can't. I know.
Lamar's that guy. Like we love Lamar. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's okay.
So we got another. I shouldn't assume. Jesse, who has the belt in football?
The Chiefs got blown out in the Super Bowl. We were talking about how great that guy's incomplete passes were.
Oh, that was awful. That's full on heel turn move right there. When you start talking about how great his incomplete passes were, that's when you get the crowd starting to boo you.
So it's unanimous. We got 2 unanimous, Scott. I feel like baseball by the end of the baseball season, it's not going to be unanimous.
Really? I was going to say by the end of the baseball season, I don't think it's changed.
I think one of these guys are going to have almost like, and Giannis is probably better than Tatis Jr. or something like that. But Giannis, he's in the consideration right now because he's still going. I think when we get to baseball, Ohtani would have stopped playing. Mm-hmm. Tatis Jr., Pete Alonso. I'm not saying Pete Alonso. I don't think Pete Alonso is going to have the belt, but guys like that are going to still playing, adding to their resume, adding to their money in the bank briefcase. I think somebody might take that thing.
I disagree. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to be talking about now. Obviously, there's an unfortunate situation if he gets injured. If he gets injured, then the conversation completely changes.
Then you do a UFC and we have vacant titles.
Yeah, they pretty much do that. Like all of their titles wind up interim.
The guy, if Conor needs a belt when he comes back, he's the interim title.
Just give it to him. Just hand it to him like Eric Bischoff did Triple H. Just here, you're the champion. Keep it moving. Like Andre the Giant did Ted DiBiase. Just give him the belt. Go fight somebody. Go do something.
So the KC
But I think I don't.
is
What's the third? Was third seed stand for championship?
Kenny Caraway Commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So would mine be the DBC or the DLC?
D-Low Commission.
Okay, so DLC.
Or if we want to keep it like boxing, it could be.
No, if you know this, my real last name isn't Low. That's why I was asking.
Definitely not. But if we wanted to keep it like boxing, it could still be D-Low. D-Low organization.
I like the DLC better. It has a DLC ring to it.
Jesse,
DLC,
you're gonna
no one can do it better.
The JTF.
Okay. All right. Are we going to keep track of these? Because I feel like we need to get a sound effect where we can hit the
walk in on Monday and somebody could have a new belt, or we have a new belt holder.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So again, no rules at all to this.
At least not in the KCC.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys.
Wild West over there, huh? Okay. So again, much like boxing, we could just make up our own rules for how this works for the DLC. All right. And I need to write this down because I'm going to lose track and say I gave the belt to someone I didn't. So Giannis Otani, that's super easy. And Patrick Mahomes, again, that's easy as well. Okay.
Yeah. And Patrick and Otani are undisputed.
And it's funny that there's nothing Devin Booker or Chris Paul can do about it.
Poor guys.
Like they might be. They're. I don't think they're worried about the DLC title or the KCC title or the Federation title. No, they're worried about that NBA title. They're worried about that Larry O'Brien trophy, which they're going to be looking to get a game's edge up on Milwaukee tomorrow night. And we're both of the agreement Chris Paul is going to play better. We're of the agreement probably most of the Phoenix Suns are going to play better.
Yep.
Is the question still? Is it still as simple as where Chris Middleton goes, the Milwaukee Bucks go? Because Giannis is going to be there. Giannis has yet to not be there in this series. Even in game one, when he had a quote down game, it was like 20-17 in a game that we didn't even think he was going to play in.
He should have had like 11 assists.
And it's still, we know he's going to be there. It feels like it all centers on Drew Holiday's kind of all over the place offensively, but I don't think they count on him for a massive offensive performance. Is it still as simple as the Bucks go where Chris Middleton goes?
I think so. I look at this situation and I say, if Chris Middleton has a 30-point game, do I see the Bucks losing? I'd say absolutely not. So if Chris Middleton is, I didn't even say 40. I'm not even asking him to do the same thing he did in game 4. But if he goes for 30, they're winning. Because Giannis is going to do what he does. Drew Holiday, I don't see him being completely anemic. You know what I mean? He's going to have 15 to 20. If Middleton is giving you 30, I think you're good to go if you're Milwaukee. If he doesn't give you 30, it's a crapshoot at that point. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't even know that he has to have 30, but I would set the barometer above 25. Which I'm really nitpicking what you just said because I'm dropping it 5 points. But I think I get where you're going. He has to have a high output. He certainly can't have a game in the teens unless Drew Holiday goes off for the game of a lifetime in this one. And it's the old, we're back in Phoenix. The Mikal Bridges are going to play different. It's funny. We're talking about Chris Middleton. We're talking about all these different things, and we're not even talking about DeAndre Ayton. Like DeAndre Ayton hasn't had much
an impact.
I don't know if
impact at least.
Yeah, he hasn't had that offensive impact that we had seen in the previous series.
He's still rebounding, like you mentioned.
Absolutely,
still a beast on the boards.
Absolutely. I think he had, if I remember correctly, I think he had a good game 1. Game 3 was sort of inconsequential. Game 2, not there. Game 4, not there. Offensively, I wonder if back in Phoenix, Chris Paul, does Monty Williams, do the Phoenix Suns work to get him involved early and see if they can get him some shots around the basket and make Coach Budenholzer and the Bucks adjust to that?
Yeah, I think they do. I think in game 3, if I'm not mistaken, I'll look that up. But I think he statistically, had a good game. And I remember them kind of force feeding him the ball. It wasn't a lot of the dump downs and things of that nature. They were out there like getting it to him, like I said, they never do. Get it to him on the block, let him go to work, let him face up, hit a little jump shot over Giannis or something like that. They did a little bit more of that. Yeah, he had 18 points in that game, 18 and 9 rebounds. And I thought they fed him the ball. And that was coming off of the disappointing game 2 that he had. So I could see them going the same route in game 5, saying, man, we didn't get him the ball enough in game 4. Let's get him the rock. Let's see what he can do. Now, the weird thing about that is if I'm Milwaukee, I'm probably like, yeah, I'll take my chances with you trying to force feed DeAndre Ayton and not letting Chris Paul and Devin Booker go to work.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take my chances with that. Like,
sure.
Yeah, please do that. Keep giving him the rock. And if you're Monty Williams, you got to ask yourself the question. You got to be like, man, that's what they want us to do, to force feed DeAndre Ayton, because they'll take his 2s over a potential 3 or drawing kicks and stuff like that. So do I just stay with what I want to do and keep feeding Devin Booker, or do I try to get DeAndre Ayton, get him involved on the offensive end? It's a tough decision for him.
And that's why maybe you got to get him involved early. Like get DeAndre Ayton involved early and then allow him to just kind of like what I mean is make a conscious effort to get him involved early and then just allow everything else to come in the flow of the game. But let him get those touches. Maybe it's confidence. Maybe it's, maybe it is Milwaukee Bucks adjustments. Maybe it's Budenholzer adjustments. Maybe it's whatever. But if you make an effort to get him going early, and I think this is the case for big men a lot of the time. You hear this a lot when you have a big guy who has the ability to score. And I know there aren't a ton of them who actually score in the paint anymore. We talk about Jokic and Embiid. Those guys can kind of score from virtually anywhere on the court. With Ayton, his bag, if you will, is right by the basket.
Yeah.
Work hard to get you with Ayton. You have to create the play. And this has been one of your criticisms of in terms of elevating him to star status or superstar status or anything like that. For DeAndre Ayton to be his most effective, you have to create the play for him and put him in the right spot. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of it's so
dependent on everybody else around.
And that's not an NBA thing anymore. Like the great players can do everything on their own. DeAndre Ayton has openly admitted Chris Paul has changed his whole career. And we've seen that with DeAndre Jordan. We've seen it with Blake Griffin. We've seen it with Clint Capella. Chris Paul has made big dudes in this league a lot of money. DeAndre Ayton is going to be next in line for that. He's going to be a big dude that Chris Paul made a lot of money. I think he's more talented than those other guys that we mentioned, but as it pertains to tonight's game, they have to work to get him involved. Or tomorrow's game, excuse me. They have to work to get him involved, and then they can make their offensive adjustments after that.
Let me ask you a Bucks question real quick. If I'm a Bucks fan and I'm trying to figure out how they have to win game 5 on the road, what is more realistic and more beneficial for them to win? Having guys like PJ Tucker hitting some shots, Drew Holiday stepping up, Connaughton hitting some shots, maybe getting 12 to 14 points. Maybe Brook Lopez has about 14 points, something like that, or getting in a slugfest with Phoenix and making it a 98-93 game or something like that. What's more, if you're saying, this is how we're going to win game 5, what's more realistic?
Probably the points from PJ Tucker and Pat.
I think so. I would have said the slugfest.
I don't think it's the slugfest. No, because I mean, if you want to keep the game a slugfest for 4 or for 3.5 quarters, sure. But like then you have Chris Paul and Devin Booker who are capable of taking over in those final minutes. I feel like if you have guys involved, like if you have guys flowing on the offensive end, if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you might head in with more confidence than if it's Giannis versus everybody else. Because in that scenario, assumption on my part, Chris Middleton's probably, you may have a situation. Chris Middleton's 20, Giannis is 20. Like you're not having a guy who's having that big time performance, which we have seen from the Bucks in every one of their wins, whether it was Giannis or Chris Middleton. So if you don't have that guy who would you trust more in the final 2 minutes of a game like that? Would you like, and I know what we saw in the game before, would you continue to ride with Giannis and Chris Middleton, or would you ride with Chris Paul and Devin Booker, knowing all of these guys are probably sitting in the same range of 17, 18, 19, 20 points?
Yeah, I trust Paul and Booker a little bit more than
both are good options, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the scenario in the scenario presented, if you're telling me that I can get double-digit points from PJ Tucker, who didn't put up any in the last game, I might take that.
I don't think those others on the road, like if I was relying on them to Connaughton to give me 14 and Tucker to give me 9, I just don't see that happening. I don't. So I'm like, let me just keep it close. And then let me see if I can get, my stars to bring it on home for me. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out and how they're able to get that going.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, there's so many storylines heading into this game again. Not the least of which is the Phoenix crowd. Not a movie. Not. We're not going to call it movie status.
It's lit. It's lit though.
It's good though.
Yeah.
It's solid work from Phoenix, and how that affects guys like Mikal Bridges. How that affects guys who didn't play particularly well in Milwaukee. So, but the thing I'm happiest about is, I mean, I would love for there to be a game tonight, but I'm happy that we'll get to come back on Monday and talk about a game 6. We'll get to come back on Monday and talk about, what's ahead for us, the series that we're going to end. What are you laughing at?
Absolutely. it's just funny where Cody H in the chat says, this man just switches to his phone.
I did. Actually, I switched to my iPad. I've been telling y'all, you obviously ain't bought your boy a work computer yet. So I have this thing, man. The computer everything was perfect at 12 o'clock. 12:02, everything stopped charging. And so by 3:47, after using the computer for a live stream for 4 hours, it dies.
That's crazy.
I made it by 3% yesterday and didn't make it today. So I tried to get a backup game plan here so I can go straight to the iPad.
You on it.
Had to be ready.
Absolutely.
Had to be ready. I was hoping to chill this weekend, but obviously I'm going to spend all weekend trying to figure out how to get through a 4-hour show, which worked perfectly, a week ago and hasn't worked. Something has happened to my computer, and the thought of buying a new one, I'd rather jump off the 6th story of Kenny's compound. Just not. I don't want to do that.
He has the 6th floor. I don't. He has an elevator like Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert.
Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. We've seen your backyard. Like, nobody believes you.
Hey man, we got a little concrete here, a little grass here, and that's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I wanted to ask you this, so maybe this shouldn't have been asked in the last 7 minutes of the show. But the great people at ESPN 1320 tweeted out a question, and it said, "What former Kings player would you?" If you could get them to come back, if you could watch them over again, who would it be? The GIF right under that, well, that was my answer. Jay Will. If Jay Will could come back, that man could come at 55, could be going all over the place on the golden one, center, behind the back, doing everything that he did. Hell, I'll even take a errant pass into the 3rd row. Look.
Most exciting errant pass in the game right there.
Absolutely. It'd be Jason Williams for me. Do you have a guy?
Chris.
Chris.
It's Chris Webber. Yeah.
Not Jay Will.
No. I love Jay Will. I mean, it's not like one's bad, one's good. No,
No, I
Chris
get you.
Webber.
I get you.
There's one. I don't remember who it was. He wasn't even with the Kings. I think he was with Philly. You probably remember this because you're all things 76ers. There was a play, though it's not your favorite year. There was a play where he dunked the ball. This was just one of the things that I loved about Chris. He dunked the ball, and it kind of like it must have hit perfectly, and it kind of fell flat. Like it didn't roll all over the place or bounce up. It just kind of landed like in front of him, and he stares at it. Like we all know the Chris Mean face. He's looking at the camera and all that. But he dunks the ball, and he stares at it like he just whooped the ball's ass. And I was like, I remember that clip so vividly. I love that clip. I loved, Chris dunk, and then that face he used to. Nah, Chris was. I think he was my favorite.
Yeah. I love watching Chris. He, this question just got me thinking back to that glory year, man. Or the glory time, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
These guys were special, man. And part of me, it sucks they didn't get the championship to close it out.
Mm-hmm.
But to see that group play together, that was pretty damn cool. A lot of people don't see it like that, in up close and personal the way we saw here in Sacramento. Jay Will, Chris Webber, Vlade Divac.
Yeah, this is a great group.
That was a hell of a group.
I mean, some people's answer might be, taking in the offseason, some people's answer might be De'Aaron. I just want to see De'Aaron play it right now. I think De'Aaron is going to wind up being a Kings fans in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. He's going to be the guy Kings fans love the most. Just as Jay Will is for some people, Mike probably is that way for some guys. Peja's probably that way for people. Peja's game. Was Peja a little bit ahead of his time?
Absolutely. If Peja was around today,
yeah, be the
bruh, the way he could shoot the rock, and then he developed this game a little later on, and was able to do some stuff off the dribble, and he was 6'9", 6'10", he'd be a problem.
You look at Peja through the eyes of today, it's it's great. But when you look at Peja and realize, no, this was, 16, 17, 18 years ago, oh man, he was he was different.
Ahead of his time, man.
He was different.
He definitely ahead of his time. It's funny.
Sometimes I forget how good he really was. He was really, really good. And I think sometimes I forget that.
Nah, I feel the same way. Man. Peja was special. Jesse, you didn't really, you saw it, you were around, but who do you feel like you missed, which you can see that all over again?
As far as Kings players, it's DeMarcus Cousins, because when the Celtics were going through their little rebuild, Boogie, he was starting to come into his own and really dominate. So that was one player. He was one of my favorite players in the league. Yeah, I think DeMarcus.
DeMarcus should have been a Celtic. They should have done a deal with Boston, and he should have been a Celtic.
But Boogie should have stayed in Sacramento.
Oh, that's well.
I don't know if it would have. I don't know how that would have looked, but he should have stayed in Sacramento.
Let's. I'm Team Boogie. I think we're both Team Boogie. But you were prepared to go 215.
Yeah, I was ready to do it.
I think that was the right call.
Yeah.
I think
to move on from him.
No.
Oh, to give it to him.
No. I think the way that my biggest fault, if you think you could better your team, fine.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't think paying him and having him on your roster for the next 5 years or building around him was going to be the best, but fine. I hate the way that they did it.
Mm-hmm.
You legit traded him for Buddy Hield. Think about this: DeMarcus Cousins, an All-Pro player, a Golden One, an Olympic gold medalist, all of the different accolades that he has. I know the team stunk, but that magnifies what he did even more. The team stunk, and he still got those accolades.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're that level of good to where you're on a horrible team. Everybody knows you're on a horrible team, but everybody recognizes your talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think Buddy Hield and a first-round pick or whatever was the answer. And I think anyone who throws De'Aaron Fox into that trade is being incredibly disingenuous to themselves and the reality of this team by saying that De'Aaron Fox was a part of the DeMarcus Cousins trade. Because I don't care how many articles you've read about it, how many articles you may have written about it. I don't care how many people have said it. De'Aaron Fox was not in any way, shape, or form a part of the DeMarcus Cousins
No,
trade.
he was a cousin. What are you talking about on Monday? Because he was a cousin.
So, no, he wasn't. So what everyone's saying when you say that is that suddenly the Kings were gonna be really good with DeMarcus Cousins.
Well, not that.
Not
but like I said, we like I said, we
you
can
really
talk about.
waited till 7 minutes were left in the show to do this.
We can talk about this on Monday. We can definitely talk about this on Monday.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy your McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, your Luke Belaire champagne, and enjoy that Bamboo rum, that Balan, whatever you're sipping on. Sip responsibly. Enjoy Space Jam. Enjoy the game. And make sure that you are back here with us Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Bang.
The crazy. So the thing about it, Damien, I wasn't sure if you lost your clock like to the second when you had to be on FaceTime or not FaceTime, but use that camera. Because don't you use your iPad for that?
Yeah, I'm on iPad.
So I was like, oh, I don't know if he has the same clock that he.
Yeah, no, I have a clock over here. Like I see
Oh,
everything.
okay.
Like I have a separate clock. Like I can see what time it is. I have a big clock in front of me. I didn't see it one time today as I blew past like every commercial break we had.
That iPad camera, Jesus Christ, that thing is.
It's clear. Yeah.
Oh,
it's an
man.
iPad Pro. It's pretty good.
That's one of the best cameras I've ever seen.
The only problem is I can't. Like I'm just talking through the speaker now. You can't hear it because you hear me through the broadcasting device, but everybody else is just hearing me talk through the microphone, the iPad microphone, because everything isn't plugged in to the iPad like it was my computer.
Yeah.
I don't even think that I wonder what would happen if I plugged this in here to my computer or into these wires. I gotta figure out what all this mess is. I don't even think it does anything. It just shows a little symbol. Oh, hey, there you are. That brought you up on my other screen. All right. Doesn't really do anything. Now I see you on a bigger screen. Now I see my iPad screen on the monitor. That's all it did.
David.
See, now I can't see the chats live because technically I'm a guest. I'm no longer running the stream. I'm a guest.
Hey, Spurg, what's up, man?
Hey, Spurg.
It's good, man. New York in the house, man. Staten Island, Shaolin, stand up. Bryson wants to know, do you have AirPods?
Mm-hmm.
You got the old ones or the new ones?
I have the new ones.
I need to get some new ones.
Yeah, they're worth it. The sound is pretty. If sound is a big deal to you, they're pretty incredible. Yeah, they're pretty incredible.
Bryce wasn't curious. He just says use those then.
Headphones isn't the problem.
I thought he was just curious. He out here trying to tell you what to do.
Bryce, shut up. God damn it, Bryce. The problem isn't what I hear. The problem is what you see. That's the only issue, and it has to be something with the computer heating up or something. I don't know. Like, do they even have Genius bars anymore? Is that even a thing? You used to be able to go to the Genius bar.
Yeah, I remember those things. I have no idea. You know what? I'm trying to speak into existence. I'm trying to speak in as I added them, and and I made sure I hit them with told Top Golf, come out to Elk Grove, stop playing.
I thought they were doing that.
I thought they're trying. I know people who know people. They've been trying to make it happen, but there's some legalities there that they're trying to work around. Well, if they make that happen, Travis Scott says. It's lit.
Well, you know, I live very literally down the
Yeah,
street.
you're straight. You're straight. When they tell me I have to wait 5.5 hours for a booth, I could just, all right, fine. I'm just going to Damien's house.
Yeah, come hang out. Come hang out. Jesse, do we have stuff to record?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, stream team. I can't even end the stream. I guess we'll end whenever the hell Kenny decides we're going to end.
You guys have a great weekend. Enjoy Space Jam 2. I got about 25 to 30 kids that are going to be running around my backyard tonight. All like under the age of 10.
That's fun stuff, right
Oh,
there.
boy. Yeah.
That's
I've
pretty cool
enjoyed the
coming
movie.
from a guy who hates black fathers. That's awesome. It's awesome that you're hosting all those kids.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to have fun, though. Space Jam 2. Let's go. Let's go. You guys have a great weekend. We out
Holla.
of here.